Go and throttle up.
Are you still in science and tech? Oh. Yeah. We should probably flip that, huh? The game didn't take. Well, took now. Refresh it. Just double check me. Killpon, hey, 79 months. Thank you. So, you know what I noticed, dudes? Zenvort is right next to S-Tech. It's literally down the, proverbially down the street. S-Tech's right there. It's weird, because, like, I've been all up in there, which is strange. And then Zenvort's right over here. Hey. I'm just trying to forget and watch the race without thinking about Ferrari. Yeah. Quick story about the Disney posters. Patrick Block was at Comic-Con Europe many years ago now. 6 years ago. And he has drawn those, and they made 999 prints of them. Sold them in bulk of 4. They were 145 for those 4. I bought 2 pairs. One set for me and one set for my oldest nephew, which he got when he was born. That's cool, man. That's really cool. Natural wood to shine through. To them, staining good wood is like adding food coloring to your mac and cheese. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Funny thing is he made a custom poster that was of Copenhagen and sold them in limited edition too. Neat. All right, well that's cool. Alright, music. Now over here. Start it over. Here we go. It's hard living in a 24 square meter room. 24 square meters. Shh, give me a second. That's not very big. So that's like 6 meter by 4 meter, right? Which is 20 by 12. Oh. Ooh, you live in a closet. Damn, dude. That's in my living room. Come on, I do live in a 62 meter apartment. 62 square meters. You took that message out of context. I was gonna say, Zizep, you live in a broom closet. Where do you live? In New York or something? Jeez. In New York, they live in rooms about, people live in rooms about that big. It's just literally a room with like a kitchen on one wall and like a living room on the other wall, and then like maybe a window. 62 square meter. All right, that makes more sense. I was gonna say like, what? I've seen it. I couldn't do that. Yeah, no, me neither. No. Cool. I was wondering for a second. I'm like, what? What? I saw the most awesome tiny home on top of a building in New York. They put a tiny house on top of a building. That's actually kind of cool, man. So wait, here, let me think about this. What's 62 square meters? Like, what's that in cubic, in square footage? Is that like, I think that's like 800, 700 square feet, something like that. Okay. 667 square feet. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's a fair size. Yeah, for an apartment, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's about the same size of apartments over here. Like a one-bedroom apartment's about the same size over here. Yeah. Size at my garage is 100 square meters. Sorry, man. Sorry. I had to pay, to be fair, I had to pay a lot for that, okay? That's a great shot, Aeronite. Yeah. This is the poster he did. Let me see. Dude. That's cool, man. I mean, you guys know from Epcot that I'm a pretty big Disney fan. Old school Disney fan, I should say. Old school. Like this. This is... That's so cool, dude. What a render. Can I live in your garage? No, my truck lives in my garage. Dude, skills. Skills. Only €335 for that poster? Oh, you stole that. Jeez. We could definitely use the old Disney right now, possibly soon to be Apple Disney. Iger's pining to sell it. We all see it coming. Yeah. Helvish, you know what's funny? I was watching a Disney... There was like a Disney Plus thing about Epcot a little while ago. And Bob Iger had the stones to say that Walt Disney would like the direction he took the company in. And I'm just sitting there going, no, he would not. He would kill you. He would not be happy with you at all. Yeah, he said that. It's the Epcot, or no, the Imagineering special on Disney Plus. Iger has the stones to go on there. And keep in mind, this was a little while ago. He had the stones to go on there and say, I think Walt would like what we've done. I'm like, no, he would not. He would hate you. He would hate you. He would literally hope you step on Legos every day for the rest of your life. Hey, Bucket. You missed a lot of this build? Yeah. Well, we got a lot of work to do today. I want this thing done by the time Starfield EA comes out. Hey, what's your opinion about the new research suggesting that the universe might be 26.7 billion and not 13.8 billion? I don't know, Piv. I haven't heard much about that, dude, to be honest. You only pay $9.42 a month, and that includes water and heating. That's pretty fair. That's a fair price for that amount, Zizep. Are you in the city? Are you in Copenhagen? If you're in Copenhagen, that's actually not bad, dude. Gift sub, please. What's up, Sirius? 10-minute walk from the city center? Yeah, that's a pretty good steal right there, dude. You're 10 minutes outside of downtown Copenhagen? Alright, yeah, you're good. That's... Yeah, no, that's pretty legit, actually. But then again, dude, what's the cost of living in Denmark? I would assume it's high, just because Europe, so screw me for assuming, right? Like, but then again, where I'm from, in the northeast part of the U.S., the cost of living is pretty high, too. 10-minute walk, too, not a drive. Yep. SVO, we've gotten up there a couple of times, dude. Not fully to orbit, but we need to redo the wing shape. The wing shape is what's causing problems. We need a straked wing. It's basically what I've been calling for. We need a straked wing. Now, today is the day we're basically going to rebuild everything that you see highlighted right there. So wait, okay, so, Zizep, I have one more question. Is 942 expensive, or is that fair? Because in the U.S., 10 minutes outside of a city center, right, 942, with utilities included, is disgustingly good. That's really, really inexpensive. That's nothing. Like, if you were 10 minutes outside of Boston, you'd be paying probably triple that. Apartment is cheap compared to your area. Okay, cool. Actually, that's about the same cost of living as where I live, then. That's weird. Houses are expensive? I know. Yeah. Yeah, they're expensive. Yeah. I don't know how I afforded one. Your apartment could easily be pushed to $1,300. But who would want to live in Boston? Yeah, I know, serious. I ask that question every day. That's why I moved out. I see what you're trying to do. It didn't work, though, because I agree with you. I don't want to live there. No one wants to live there. Yeah, Vanguard for real. That's cool, man. Right on. Cool. Yeah, Zaz, I don't mean to pry too much, but yeah, no, that's good, man. Did you know that Drummer hasn't seen Star Wars? Huh. What's wrong with Boston? Too many people, Zymus. There's too many people. Too many people. Like, I know that's like such... Oh, there's too many people. Dude, it's bad. It is bad. It's not... And you know what? I prefer to see my city, like my hometown, grow over being like abandoned. But man, the roads are designed for probably about half the population that we had. Well, designed, and our metro, our trains don't really work very well. Is your mortgage less, more, or about the same as the rent you were paying? It's over $3,000, over $3,000 a month, Hellfish. But once again, that's not bad considering where we are. The MSRP of a Tiguan in the US is $27K. Here in Denmark, it's $65,000. Wow, that's a jeez. Yeah, price of everything's gone up. Everything, but hey. I'm surprised you're still in the area with how expensive everything is. It's an investment, dude. It's an investment, guys. You can't look at owning a house that way. Like, oh, it's so expensive. Oh, it's so expensive. I mean, it is. Don't get me wrong, but it's an investment. I own property in Massachusetts. That's pretty hardcore, man. I mean, Hellfish, you know what the crazy thing is? I'm not going to say what we bought this house for. Dude, I've been just keeping up with maintenance on the house. And because of the rates, lack of inventory, stuff like that, the house has accrued probably close to like 50 G's in equity. Easily 50 G's in equity. So I'm up on my investment. If we really want to look at it that way. You know? Yeah, 50 G's. Yep. Thanks, rate hikes. I don't know how I feel about that, but yeah, dude, that's where I'm at, man. And if we put more equity in the house, we're not gonna. It's very rare that you don't see a ROI on residential real estate investment. It's very rare. Yeah, John, welcome to my life, dude. Yep. How's the city development in your area? Is it good or is it stale? It's fine, Zizep. The suburbs in Massachusetts are growing like crazy. Like, dude, the town that I grew up in was like outskirts of the city when I was in high school, like 20 years ago. It is not outskirts of the city anymore. It's not part of Boston. They didn't eminent domain my town, but it might as well be the city. It's just as busy. Oh yeah, traffic jams in my town every day, everywhere. So, take that for what it's worth. Yeah, Moist, I mean, you know, guys, that's something that's important to think about, dude. You know, real estate, buying a house or getting a mortgage on a house is really, that's a big payment. That's a big thing, right? But if you're good for it and you have enough for a down payment, you're not gonna, it's very rare that you'll lose out on your investment. Brima and I were talking about this when we moved last year. I was thinking, like, let's move to Florida, but, you know, I was talking to some people around here. I was talking to my real estate agent. I was talking to my general contractor that I know, who's my, like, building inspector and stuff. And I was talking with them, and they're like, yeah, you could go buy in Florida. You could buy something huge in Florida, but you never, like, you're not going to get you might not get a return on investment on that. Having property in Massachusetts, the price isn't going to go down anytime soon. And that, the big one is family here. I wanted to be close to my family. Yeah, I know, that's faster, right? What do you pay for a kilowatt hour electricity? Oh, and Ennis, I don't bother looking at that, dude. It's high. It's like, I think the last month it was like $400. We use a lot of electricity because we both work from home. But the flip side of that is that I write off a portion of my electrical bill that is proportionate to the square footage of power that I'm using. So what does that mean? So we have, it's like an 1,100 square foot house, and I have an 1,100 square foot garage. So I write off basically the portion of the electrical bill that is proportioned to the surface area of the garage. So yeah, a lot of that gets written off because we both work from home. Thought about solar? I live in a forest, man. Solar ain't gonna get me very far unless I want to cover my front lawn in solar panels. I don't want to cover my front lawn in solar panels. About $0.50 per kilowatt hour here in Denmark. Well. Yeah, Mayor, that's right. That's why I moved. I moved far away from the city. It's close enough where you can get into the city relatively fast, but it's rural enough that it's not gonna. The urban sprawl won't reach out here until I'm an old man. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Actually, you know, down here on the South Shore, like on the very south part of the South Shore in Massachusetts, it reminds me of home. It reminds me of what my city was like when I was growing up. It's not like tract mansion suburban, but it's not like the sticks either. It's kind of like halfway in between suburb and the sticks, which is nice. Yeah, exactly, Hellfish. No, I don't. Gentrification doesn't bother me, Phil. That doesn't bother me. Like, people want to move in and do their thing, that's fine. But I look at the town that we moved in, you know, I look at the bylaws and stuff. Like, and the town that I'm in very much is mind your own business on your own damn property. And I like that. I've made sure we moved to a place where I could have my pickup trucks outside and nobody would care. And nobody does care, which is what I like. How much is a gallon of gasoline? Oh, and Ennis, we're 90 cents a liter, something like that. It's about like it goes from like $3.30 a gallon to $3.50 a gallon, depending on what station you go to. So you technically live far away from Gillette Stadium? I'll show you, Zyza, real quick. Let me load up Google Earth real quick, and then we got to get into Star Raker. We got to work on those wings. Those wings are very important. So, if you know, like, okay, you know the Pilgrims, Plymouth Rock? That's pretty much where I am. Like, over here. See where it says Plymouth? That's where I am at. Where I was, see where the M is in Waltham? Basically right there. So, this is where I was before. Foxborough's right there. The stadium is right there. So that's where I was before, right? And this is where I am now. So it's not that much further. But my problem is there's no road to get there. I'm serious. There's no road to get there. There's no road that connects Plymouth right to Foxborough. There's nothing. So I have to go up to 44, go over to 495, and then take that way. Whereas before I could just go down here and boop, you're there. So like I have to go down and around, which is oops. But hey, whatever. I'm about the same distance away. It's not that much further. Not even the back roads. Hellfish, that's the thing. There's no back roads anymore. Ain't no back roads no more. The back roads are filled up because our highway system is trash. You pay $7.50 for a gallon. Take my crappy healthcare. Thank you very much. That was a joke. Please don't start that conversation. I'm kidding. 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 All right. Just, damn, man. That sucks, dude. I pay about half of that. Yeah, dude. During COVID, fellas, we were paying 60 euro a liter for gas. 60 euro a liter during COVID. It was nice. It was really nice. Oh, boy. You're paying 12 to 14 kroner per liter. Whew. Wow. I'm just doing the math. Yeah, that's... So what does that come out to? Like 2 euro? 2 euro a liter, something like that? That's... I'll admit, my expectations for gas prices for you guys is pretty bad, and that kind of meets my expectations. Sorry, dudes. Right now, it's 14.89 kroner per liter. You're paying like $7 a gallon, dude. Noswolf, there would be fights if our gas prices got that high. Someone. That wouldn't end well. That wouldn't end well for us over here, man. That sucks, dude. Have you talked about that questionable landing burn from Crew 7 yet? Dude, I don't know what that was about. You pay $4.29 a gallon for waste product of making gasoline. There you go, Tigers. Right on. Yeah, but you got the diesel. You got the diesel. Dude, I don't know if that was a trajectory optimization or what, but the mission timeline called for a 9-second entry burn, and that was 3. And the plasma accumulation on Falcon 9 was way higher on the grid fins than the other landings. I don't know what that was about, but yeah, something... I mean, Falcon 9 corrected for the burn, which is nuts, but... I was trying, on the NSF cast, I was trying to time my commentary with the entry burn, and it shut off midway through my SSRP explanation, and I didn't get to say it. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. How about the nut that just floated away after the nose cone opening? 8, you pay 10 euros a gallon, Groove? Dude, I would... That sucks. You pay Wolfram 2 euros a liter in Italy? Dude, that's awful. 8.85 kroner for a full what? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! That's terrible, dude. That sucks. That sucks, dude. Oh, so you convert to 5.60 a gallon. Dude. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I got Chocolix. I mean, maybe we could do some... Okay, you really want to know? We could do solar on the roof of the house, not the garage. The garage is back in the woods. There's trees all over. There's trees like growing up over the garage and stuff. You'd like them. They're nice evergreen trees, and it smells amazing when I come to work every day. And it's been raining a lot, so you got that wet evergreen smell. I'll admit, I do like that. It's a very nice, very pleasant. But the house, we could probably do solar on the house. But our roof needs to be redone soon. And Brimo and I are debating going up with the house. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Might want to prune those back. They're evergreen trees, Hellfish. They're 60, 70 feet tall. Prune those back? There's no pruning. There's no pruning evergreen trees, dude. Do it with a roof, perfect time. That's something that we got to talk about, but yeah. Danes are masochists. They want their standard of living to be reduced to reduce emissions. Hey, and Ennis, I'm not... As an American, I think it'd be kind of hypocritical of me to judge other countries and how they do things, right? I mean, you do things the way that you guys want. We'll do things the way that we want. That's very much how I look at it. But also, those gas prices are a little nuts. I would not be able to live there. I would go insane. That's fine. Europe is a joke these days. As saying stuff like that, even with a cap on it, doesn't really bode well for European viewers. People don't like being called a joke. You know. You just have a really nice bicycle. I already have a nice bicycle. I already have that, and I have 4 cars on top of that. But see, here's the thing. All my cars are gas guzzlers. I'm not even gonna sit here and pretend like that's not the case. But also at the same time, I don't drive them. I sit here and I fix them, and then I drive them when I need to. My carbon footprint is actually, if anything, my cars are like, if I have a carbon footprint, if we're going to talk about that, my cars are not the biggest source of my carbon footprint. It's the electric bill by a long shot. Yeah, by a long shot. I don't drive very much, to be honest with you. I take my cars out on the weekends and drive them around. Just saying. Working from home life. Grab Shark. I've been working from home since 2015. I was working from home before it was cool. Yeah, drummer, we'll get into it. What's going on? I was out at my parents' house in Mesa, Arizona on Saturday night, and my wife noticed an object in the sky moving northwest in a northwest to southeast direction. It looked like a rocket plume, so I said it's a Starlink stage. I wasn't paying attention to the details, so I thought it was from Vandenberg. I checked on later, and it was from the Cape. Was this plume stage 2 re-entry, or was it still firing? Is $6 a gallon expensive? Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Eyes up. Eat, sleep, stream, repeat. Yep. Working from home, hipster. In Holland, you're not allowed to drive in certain cars inside cities anymore due to their emissions. Kiranov, I have opinions, but once again, I'm not going to judge if you guys want to do things differently than we do. Okay? I have opinions. But I'm not saying nothing. I bet you can guess what they are, but I'm not saying nothing. You do things the way that you want to do in your country. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Jeez. We want to save the planet. Yeah, Groove, I know, but here's the thing. Let's not, okay, look, like I said, it'd be kind of weird of me to judge you guys the way you do things when we do things. Over here is a different flavor of ice cream. Let me put it to you like that. It's a different flavor of ice cream. But that doesn't mean there's better flavors than others. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I like the flavor over here because I have my damn pickup truck. But hey, I'm not going to judge if you guys want to do that way. That's not any of my business, right? And that's what being an American is all about. You do what you want to do over there. I do what I want to do over here. And everybody's happy. When are you going to adopt you? I wanted to say something about Sir God. I think I'll just leave. Hey. We're all here for space anyway, dude. It's just all of energy guzzling pickup trucks powered by nuclear power plants. I can get behind that. Sounds good to me. Let's do that. That's a good idea. How about the actuallys are going to go after me for this, Ando, but how about we make a nuclear power plant that generates enough power to take, like, water and turn it into gasoline? With enough energy, you can take anything and turn it into anything else. Right? Let's get some alchemy up in here. Let's get some alchemy up in here and just, like, take like, salt water and turn it into gasoline. You could do that with enough energy. Just saying. But then the oceans might not like that. Anyway. We could turn goat piss into gasoline, man. You know, like, we should do that. It's a good idea. Yeah, exactly, Ja, right? Yeah, we could use air. That'd be good, man. That'd be good. The nuclear power, though. We should do that. That's a good idea. Yeah, Voyager. Hey, 5 hits. Modern problems require modern solutions. And you know what is a modern solution? Boom! Star Raker. How about that for a segue? All right, let's get into it, dudes. We gotta bunker down. We gotta do some changes to the wings. These front wings up here were causing all kinds of problems, and I really need to get the center of lift more in line. We were working on prototype strake designs here the other day, and I kind of noticed that per our renders, my wing, and like I said, it wasn't really anything that we hadn't figured out, but it didn't make sense to do any more flight testing without building out the rest of the wing. I never really finished building out the front of the vehicle. Oh yeah, Grab Shark, I know. You're preaching to the choir here. A 70s solution for modern problems. Yep. 2 out of 10, 2 fours? Alright. Yeah, S, I wouldn't be, that'd be fine with me, dude. Alright, so let's think about this. How are we gonna do this? Yeah, farm, my guy. Alright. I mean, Serge, you're not wrong. Just try to keep it classy in my chat if you could, man. Yeah. Yep. How's the thing doing? We got to redesign the front edge of the wing, Bob Bear. We need a more straight design like the space shuttle. I noticed basically the wing geometry that we were dealing with before is not a good enough. I'll say KSP aerofoil. It's not a good enough aerofoil there to really do what we're trying to do. It generates too much drag. We got to redesign it a little bit, and that's what I want, not X. Here we go.
Discovery.
Like, if you go down here and look at the line drawings, I mean, keep in mind, this line drawing is for isotherms of peak surface temperatures. So basically, this is how hot it gets. If you look at the wing shape, it's a little bit, we didn't exactly nail it. It's close, but it's not exactly right. We need a strake. We need a strake design here. Hey, Nick, what's going on? 17 months. Let me go down to the line drawings, dude, and I'll show you. Now, keep in mind, these are renders, so renders don't necessarily convey the right scale, but if you look at that wing, the way it's set up, we gotta change some things. We gotta strake, it needs to be a straked wing design, so a compound delta design, like the space shuttle. It's funny because Rockwell's the company that was looking to make this. And turns out that they might know a thing or two about the space shuttle because they also made that. So if you look at like this one right here, and just look at how the wing goes together, it's what's called a compound delta. Compound delta wing is basically like the space shuttle. It's two triangular deltas at different angles, so the wing gets, you kind of get an armpit wing. So compound deltas are used for, well, certain applications of delta wing. So you like have, here, let's just look at this one right here. So you have tailless delta. So tailless delta is like a, what would be that? Like a Mirage? Tailed delta. You have crop delta, and then compound. And then the cranked arrow. Cranked arrow looks really cool. I like cranked arrow. And then you have a ogival. I'm not sure I'm saying that right. Ogival delta is like the Concorde. Concorde is like that. Lambda is pretty obvious. And then diamond. Diamond is like an F-22 wing. I don't think it's cranked arrow, to be honest with you, dude. Because the control surface is out bad. The tailing edge of the wing isn't compound like that. It's not convex. I don't know where you guys are getting... I'm not... Once again, I'm not 100% sure how you're getting a cranked arrow out of this. That looks like a compound delta to me. Yeah, victory, right? So long story short, we gotta mess with this, dude. It's a double compound crop delta. Yes, of course! But see how the strake edge goes all the way up to the front? The front of the fuselage on this thing is almost like... It's almost like this. Like if that's the circular fuselage, it's like that. It almost looks like an eye. Okay, that's nightmare fuel. Let's just never do that again. That's nightmare fuel. How about we just don't do that? So I got to really figure out a way to make the strake. Once again, when I first built the wing, I was like, we need to come up with a better leading edge for that. But I wasn't... We started doing flight testing, and the flight test results seemed okay enough to not, to keep that as a placeholder. But now's the time to finish it. That was very eye-opening. Please. It's Monday, Zin. Please, for the love of God. It's Monday. Please. Please. I'm asking nicely.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Emery. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Did you leave a message? Boop. You've reached DJ's tip line. Please leave a message after the beep. Boop. Who knows what an answering machine is? Never mind. I'm not. No. I'm old. I get it. Let's just. Emery Time tipped $3. Do you think that chicken fried steak on a stick would be a good food item for the fair? Then I would charge $5 for the gravy. $2020 tipped 100 bits. We still have a landline if that helps. What, the AI British voice, Riv? Like that? You do that voice way too well. Thank you. I've been practicing every day in the mirror. That's not true at all. I mean, it kind of is, but it's not. I'm sorry, it's my play on that because everybody has that. Like, I've noticed that, like, super big streamers usually have this voice to read out their donation messages. Star 69. What about 411, Grab Shark? I said, dude, the other day when I was explaining something, I was like, basically the 411 on this was, and people were like, what? I'm like, it's so bad, man. There's much better text-to-speech engines out there now. Fool, you're incompetent to see that I am the text-to-speech now. Look at me. I am the text-to-speech now. The fun part is that I can actually do Microsoft Sam as well. I couldn't get the tone right, but I can absolutely talk in the inflection of Microsoft Sam. Why use AI when you could just use EJ? Why not Zoidberg? I don't see anybody else out there doing Zoidberg impressions on their stream, and if they do, they're absolutely horrible. Listen up, chat. Star Raker looks like a steakhouse, but I guarantee she handles like a bistro. There's probably a good reason for that. Yes, the reason is that they do not possess my insane capabilities. Thanks, now I want to rewatch Futurama. You're welcome. Billy West is one of my heroes, man. Yeah. He's up there with, like, my top 5, like, most amazing voice actors of all time. Maurice LaMarche, Billy West. Who else is on there? Mel Blanc, obviously. Yeah, that's real talent, dude. That's Zap Brannigan, yes. Master of the universe and everything in between. Also this year's winner of Dupe's Modesty Award. Mike Judge, yep. Yep, did anybody get that I did a Hank Hill impression on the NASA spaceflight cast the other day? Well, I tell you what, we were talking about propane, and propane was the right propellant to use for your rocket. Dude, I was so worried that someone was gonna get mad. I was like, you know, sometimes, dude, I think I'm being a little out of line for like an NSF cast because it's supposed to be like super professional, but I threw that in there the other day and they thought it was funny. So I'm good. I'm off the hook. Your Zap Brannigan sounds like Fry doing a Zap Brannigan impression, though. I can't swallow that. Good news, Fry. It's a repository. Good news, everyone. Bad news. Yeah, Victory, I haven't... Dude, honestly, I haven't done impressions on the stream in a long time. It's been a while. Professional, they discussed what type of taco was the best. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Actually, speaking of that, guys, tomorrow morning, I'm doing the L-107 NASA Spaceflight cast. I'm scheduled to do it. So, yeah. Early morning, I'm going to stream on NSF in the morning, and then we'll just get to do our thing in the afternoon. Yeah, we have Atlas. What's the name of that mission? Silent Barker? It's a pretty metal name, dude. Yep. Atlas 5551, Silent Barker, L-107. It's an NRO. Its goal is to provide satellite threat intelligence and space situational awareness. Are you an official caster now? I've been an official NSF contributor for a couple of months now, actually. Rip Bob Barker. Oh. I think you've had enough. No? Now you've had enough. The price is wrong, Bobby. Oh, I don't want a piece of you. I want the whole thing. Oh. I wasn't there. Did you get to say supersonic retropropulsion? I didn't, because the freaking entry burn was so short, dude. Like, ugh. Now you're gonna get it, Bobby. There is no way you are as bad at golf as you are as bad as at hockey. I think you should be tending the snack bar. The NRO, reading Pravda from space for over 40 years. I like that, Serge. I like that. Actually, Hellfish, in high school, dude, I signed up for auto shop like 4 or 5 times, and I would, by the time senior year came around, I would just sit there doing oil changes on the teachers' cars all day. We had a TV in the auto shop. I watched Price is Right every day from like 2004 to 2006. Yep. That was my junior and senior year experience at school. I just ended up I filled up all my electives with auto shop because I wanted to be in the auto shop because I like mechanical things. Yeah. Oops. What in the classic Kraken Tech is this massive jet? This is Star Raker POD? It's a SSTO, believe it or not. Yeah, take a look at the business end. It's supposed to be a heavy SSTO, and I have to redesign the wing, and I'll admit I'm procrastinating a little bit because I'm not really sure where to begin. But hey, whatever, I'll snap into it in a second. Come on down, you're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Dun dun da da. This is Bob Barker signing off, reminding you to have you control the pet population and have your pets spayed or neutered. That's right, Farm. Payload capacity, about 60 tons, Leop, is what I'm aiming for. The payload bay is back here. That's the size of the payload bay. Here, let me put a big tank inside. Look. That's the biggest tank in KSP1 right now. That's the size of the payload bay. It's absolutely gigantic. You can fit a lot in here. That's the whole idea. That's the whole point. Too bad most high schools don't have auto shop or machine shop anymore. Yeah, because screw vocational activities when everybody can, everybody can be a doctor and a lawyer, right? Too real? Too real. Too real. Too real? Too real. Too real. All right. You heard underwater basket weaving pays well. I'm sure that skill is in demand somewhere, POD, but the problem is somewhere. I like to add that everybody is an IT professional. Oh, boy. Okay, I don't like that conversation. Let's keep going with this. So, we need to start redesigning. Sawyer, all I'll say is there's a reason why I sit here and encourage people to pick up a trade skill on the side. Trade side hustle, you make tons of money. Yeah, it's a little bit of physical activity, but make a lot of money. POV, you broke the rules. Whoosh, whoosh. Read last. I don't see your last anywhere, TJ. Type it again. Hey, Dutch guy. How are you? My new old job starts again in September. A theater AV technician. Word. Alright. How's the weekend? I played Minecraft in real life. I didn't touch grass, Battle. I touched dirt. I had to fill that stupid sinkhole in my front yard. It was an old tree stump that was removed a little while ago. That's why. Yeah. Don't worry, I don't live in a swamp. My buddy's 18-year-old son started as an AC apprentice about a year ago. He's now a partner in a small business making over $75K. Dude, HVAC? Dead crew? HVAC is bananas. My brother's an HVAC. My brother-in-law is an HVAC guy. I basically consider my brother at this point. Yeah, my brother-in-law's an HVAC guy, and he's... I mean, he makes way more money than I do, let me put it that way. I have another cousin that's a licensed plumber. Yeah, that guy's a millionaire. Easily. Like, easily a millionaire. Yep. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here streaming. You know. But somehow he's... Like, I had a talk with my cousin that let me... He probably makes like $200,000 a year or something. He's like, man, you got it made in the shade. I'm like, oh, I got it made in the shade. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure you own like 3 houses or something. I can hook up a toilet. Oh, yeah, you were there for that. I was like, how do you know about that? Oh, yeah, you were there. Huh. It's nuts. The guy who's working for her hasn't been able to keep anyone under 35 for more than 6 months for the last 8 years. Jack of all trades. Dutch guy, I don't know about you, dude. I like being useful. I don't... And this is very much a personal thing. Not everyone needs to be like this. It's just my own personal hell sitting and doing nothing. I don't like doing that. I don't like it. I really don't like it. That's my own personal hell. Not doing anything. It's purgatory for my brain. My brain needs constant outside, like, I want to say stimulation, but I say stimulation and half the chat goes, huh? What? No, I need to keep doing something. I need to keep going. I gotta keep firing on all cylinders. Keep going. Keep firing, buttholes! Or else, yeah, no, I'll go bananas. Yep. So what you're saying is that you're a failure in the family. I mean, I think out of all my cousins, so... No, I'm not a failure. I'm not totally a failure. I'm at the near the bottom of the totem pole though. One of my cousins is an EMT. The other one's an EMT. One of them is an EMT and a fireman. The other one's a fireman and a plumber. And then there's my brother-in-law that's an HVAC guy, and that's all he does. And then another one of my cousins is a mason. Like not like the group of people, like he actually stone things. They all make more money than I do. Like way more money than I do. Whatever. I have a garage. I don't care. The whole premise of the subject is that trades pay really well, Hellfish, and that's an absolute truth. Yeah. My cousin, yeah. All my cousins are firefighters. Some other ones are law enforcement. My family's into a lot of trades. Can they do what you do? No, probably not. What's the thrust to weight ratio on this, Dimit? Well, it's got jet engines on the back, so TWR when it's fully fueled is not very high. But if we're not carrying a lot of fuel, this thing books, dude. It goes really, really fast. So, alright guys, let's shift gears. Alright, so this is Rockwell's Star Raker. Star Raker was a concept from Rockwell International in the late 70s. What they were aiming to accomplish with this was an SSTO basically that could work like an airplane. It could take off and launch like an airplane, and it flies all the way up into space using rocket and jet engines. But the jet engines were not... It's not exactly what you think. So, first of all, Star Raker is... First of all, to understand what this thing is and how it works, you got to understand scale. Now, keep in mind, that's not a blueprint. That's not exact scale. That's just a render by Rockwell's art department, right? But there is a picture demonstrating relative scale to a 747-100. Okay? That... Star Raker is not small. It's not small. My running analogy is that it's basically a C5 that flies into space. So, how is it going to do that? Well, there's a picture of the trajectory. It would have taken off from the shuttle landing facility. At least that was the plan. Would have taken off from the shuttle landing facility. It would have climbed to about 20,000 feet. and then it would have done a transonic dive. 45,000 to 37,000. And then from there, it would have climbed up and out. Now, why the transonic dive? Well, if you look at Star Raker here, we find a shot looking up the business end. Star Raker has 10 air-breathing engine components. Those air-breathing engine components are the multi-cycle air-breathing engine turbofan air turbo exchanger ramjet. I'm pretty sure they just combined a bunch of names to make it sound cool, but when you think about it here, it's basically a jet engine with it is a rocket engine with a jet engine built inside of the rocket's combustion chamber. Why? Because it's not actually a rocket. It's a turbo ramjet. So this thing would have worked basically on par with like a J-58. If you don't know what a J-58 is, the J-58 is the engine from the SR-71. I don't think I need to tell you that the SR-71 goes look at that. Goes fast. It's a turbo ramjet, meaning it's half jet engine, half ramjet. The ramjet basically allowed the SR-71, the ramjet component, which I recently learned that was there by accident. They didn't think it was going to do that. They were trying to cool the jet engine at high speed and ended up making a turbo ramjet by accident, which is funny. Oh man, POD, that's cool. Sorry I missed the message, dude. Your grandfather started in the plumbing business back in 1945. Small town. My dad and uncle took over the business in the 30s. When they got too old to continue, they just retired. Business is no more, but the money was already made over 60 years. Yeah, there you go, man. So, these engines are basically, just think of them like SR-71 engines. They're not exactly SR-71 engines. These multi-cycle air-breathing engines were based off of the J-79, which is another GE engine that packs quite a... no, not J... No. It's Pratt & Whitney, not GE. Excuse me. The J-79 is fast. Yeah, fast. It's the F4 Phantom engine. F4 Phantom, F104, Convair 880 in the civilian variant, which was the CJ805. And then the CJ805-223 for the Convair 990 Coronado variant. So these were based off of the J79. The J79 already packs a punch. Anybody that knows anything about an F104 or an F4 knows that that engine is powerful. It's a very powerful jet engine. It's a 16-stage axial compressor. If you didn't recognize any of those words, basically it accelerates a lot of air out the back. Let's just put it like that. So these are basically SR-71 engines, guys. And then, so you have 10 of them. 10 SR-71 motors. And then in the center, you have 3 Space Shuttle main engines. The center of this is basically the back of the Space Shuttle. Yeah, crazy, right? So 10 SR-71 engines and a Space Shuttle. Now, here, you want complication? You want complication? Here, you got it. Everything runs off liquid hydrogen. The jet engines run off liquid hydrogen, and the shuttle engines obviously run off liquid hydrogen, right? The jet engines are a liquid hydrogen turbojet. So this is a J79, a CJ805-23 that's been converted to run off hydrogen with a freewheeling turbine behind it, attached to the back of attached to a ramjet, with a ramjet in the back that's throttleable with a variable plug nozzle. Once again, big words. Long story short, it's a jet engine that's hot rodded to run off of a different propellant with a ramjet attached to the back. Like I said, SR-71 engine. This thing would have been an absolute monster. And, you know, just like an SR-71, the jet engine shuts down at a certain speed, and the ramjet takes over with this bypass right here. The crazy thing about it is that this right here is a turbofan. It's a turbofan. So when you're in takeoff mode, like when you're going off of, taking off of a runway or landing like that, right? You have the turbofan is doing its thing. This jet engine is basically shooting air onto this turbine, the free turbine fan assembly, and that turbofan is what's making the thrust, like a modern engine. It's a high bypass turbofan. At higher speeds, this thing, the turbine and the air turbo exchanger is freewheeling. So the jet engine's just blowing on them, causing them to spin. At higher speeds, when it does that transonic dive, the jet engine actually shuts off, and the turbojet shutoff valves actually close this thing. And what happens here is you have a conic intake. That conic intake basically does SR-71 things here inside of the bypass. And the freewheeling turbine is basically pinwheeling from the oncoming intake air, meaning if you take a fan and you blow on it, it'll spin, right? The intake air is actually spinning the turbine. Now, here's the crazy part. You want complicated? You got it. One of the wheels on the bypass turbine is an air turbo exchanger using a Rankine cycle. They basically pump liquid hydrogen through the pinwheeling turbofan at high speed. So it's a turbine with cooling channels built into the blades, which is basically a spinning intercooler. If anybody knows anything about turbocharged cars have an air-to-air cooling exchanger, basically where post-compression, right, after the air is compressed, it gets really, really hot because of the ideal gas law, right? And you have to find a way to cool it because you want cold air going into your combustion device, right? In this case, the combustion device is a ramjet. So what they did was they would basically run something kind of similar to a stage combustion cycle, kind of. Basically, this is a pre-burner. It's a pre-burner where they would exchange the heat using a spinning intercooler. But the spinning intercooler is an air to liquid fuel exchanger using hydrogen as your coolant. So the liquid hydrogen gets pumped through the fan, right? And then gets dumped into the ramjet injector assembly. So it straight up takes the heat out of the intake air and they heat the propellants. Heating liquid hydrogen is not that big of a deal. But the hydrogen turns to gas and they shoot hydrogen gas into freezing cold air at high speed and basically make a pre-burner. It's like a pre-burner on Raptor. It works exactly like that. Or it works kind of like a stage combustion, which is a stage combustion jet engine is pretty strange. That's with liquid hydrogen. How complicated do you want it? Yes, we want all the complication. We kind of know turbos from your oh my gosh, it spins. Nice. We know turbos from your sneeze. Yeah, that's right. So this thing is an absolute crazy level of complication. On top of that, they're using bilobe aluminum wet wings. So the wings on this plane are basically fuel tanks, just like a regular plane, but they're fuel tanks using cryogenic propellants which need to be at pressure. So the fuel tanks quite literally would have been bilobe tanks similar to the X-33. You can see the wing structure right there forms the bilobe tank. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous design. So Star Raker was basically proposed in response to the oil crisis in the 70s. What they were trying to do with this thing is basically make something that flies up into space pretty much every day. It can build solar panel power plants up in space that beam solar energy down via microwaves. So basically, you know, the U.S. could become energy independent with something like this, which the idea is pretty good. But then in the project got to basically a blueprint in the late 70s, and then the oil came back. So they decided at the time that they wouldn't need this anymore. Yep. So that's why we just kind of kept doing what the space shuttle was doing. And that's, alright, I guess. So that's what this thing would have been doing. It would have been building solar panel arrays up in space in geosynchronous, by the way. Geosynchronous orbit that could beam solar transmissions back down. Yeah, via microwaves. It could beam solar power back down via microwaves, which is actually really cool. It's a really, really interesting bit of kit. Sounds like the perfect thing to bring back now. I mean, you get no argument from me, Savvy. Why geostationary? How are you going to beam it via microwaves, RJ? they need the power plant to be fixed over the United States so they know where to point those microwaves. If you miss with the microwave, you're going to, well, microwave something. Geo is probably a good idea. Yeah, that's probably smart. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's what Star Raker was built for. This project is nuts. Cryogenic wet wings, nobody's done that. Still, to this day. This project, look, it's from 1978, FY79 from Rockwell. No one has done anything like this. No one still has done anything like this. No one's even come close. This project is just insane enough to be a KSP project, so that's what I've been working on for all of August. Carbon fiber bi-lobe tanks like Venture Star, even more lift capacity. Savvy, I think one could make the argument here of converting Star Raker to Methalox and using carbon fiber tanks with Methalox would probably be a smart idea. You don't need as big a fuel tank. You can store it at a higher density, a little bit easier to handle, reduces complication. So you're saying the shuttle could have had more fuel on board? Yep. Hey, Jindex, 59-month resub. Thanks, man. And indiscriminately microwaving large swaths of the continental U.S. would be generally ill-advised. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. The whole point of this was to be energy independent and reduce, like, oil. But anyway, I mean, I think we should still do it. I think that's still a good idea. But anyway, we've been doing a lot of flight testing with this, and I've been... Basically, what we got to do is we got to find a way to reduce the drag on this. Modern materials would make Star Raker even more of a beast. Just imagine the specs on a modern one. Yeah, Savvy, you'll get no argument from me, man. To be honest with you. Hey, Flykin. I mean, Savvy, personally, I think we should be building big stuff like this. We should be doing stuff like this. NASA should be working on stuff like this. But here we are. The engine is a Sabre engine and it's disappeared from public view. Yeah, you noticed that, huh? I mean, I don't think there's any reason why we wouldn't be able to do this. Heck, Savvy, with modern material science, you could probably make this thing work off Keralox. I mean, your stakeholder expectations aren't necessarily like Starship, where you're going to go land on other planets. This thing is a plane that's specifically designed to get into low Earth orbit, and then a little bit beyond that. You could get away with semi-cryogenics then. At that point, you could absolutely do that. No Venture Star, no Star Raker, no F-1B, truly the darkest. Hey, Alucard. Alright, well, let's get to work, guys. Yeah, Dimit, something I always think we should do is go back to dreaming big. We should do that. That's what we should do. We'll figure it out. Or we won't. Whatever. The sinkhole has been filled, Alucard. We're all good. I played Minecraft over the weekend in real life. Sustainability, the word used to crush dreams without legit reasoning to stop such projects. Yep. So, let's do the opposite of that and get this thing running. Alright, so, I need to start taking apart the wing structure a little bit. We figured out a good way to strake the wing and make a compound delta. So, this is what we're going to work on today. What happened to MSC on Friday? What? What happened to it? Dude, Crew 7. Flykin, I streamed... Dude. If I didn't take a 2-hour break from like 9 to 11 on Friday night, I would have been working from basically 10:30 a.m. when I woke up and got ready to cover the Booster 9 static fire till basically 5 a.m. the next day. I needed to take 5, so summer car didn't happen. Dude, I'm not 22. I can't do that. I gotta take a break. Like, I probably could get away with it. You know, you could get away with it when you're 35. You could still do stuff like what you could do when you're 22. You're just gonna pay for it the next day. That's the difference. You're gonna pay for it. You could still do stupid stuff like that, but you pay for it the next day. You really don't feel good the next day. Anyway, if they built this aircraft now, might as well make a more modern XB-70. Fun fact, Magic. This was proposed by the company that made the XB-70, North American Rockwell. This was their idea. Man, Rockwell had some real lookers of ideas, huh? XB-70, Apollo CSM, F-108, or XF-108, Star Raker, the Space Shuttle, B-1B. Dude, those 6, right off the bat, amazing pieces of technology. Hey, Eileen. I feel like I haven't caught one of your streams in a while. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing just fine. Alright, so let's get rolling here. Turbo encabulator was their best work. You'll get no argument from me, Sling. For a number of years now, work has been proceeding on the crudely conceived idea to not only supply inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but also capable of synchronizing cardinal gram meters. Such an instrument is the turbo encabulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved, instead of the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modal interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive duractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 spurving bearings were in direct line with a parametric fan. Every seventh conductor being connected to a non-reversible tremie pipe to a differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. The turbo encabulator has now reached a high level of development and is now being used in the operation of no-for-trunnions. Moreover, when a fluorescent score motion is required, it can also be drawn in use with a reciprocating dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it. You're disgusting. Thank you. Alright, so part of reducing drag on the front wing leading edge here is basically making this more flat. See how these wing surfaces are kind of digging in a little bit? I did that because I thought it looked cool, and I thought that was what the wing shape did. It really doesn't. This needs to stay flat on the top. Would Hull Tool help you with your project? Not really. Could it reach the moon? Minsu's Star Raker was not designed to reach the moon. It was designed to reach geosynchronous. So, no, it would not be able to get out to the moon. Close, but not exactly. Oh, EJ, you're making me blush. Wait, what? Flawless victory. Alright, so start redoing this a little bit. Here, let's get rid of the flags up here, and we need to get rid of the the wing stringers here, because this all needs to be redone for what we're doing. Okay, so the wing leading edge on Star Raker seems to be pretty damn straight. If we look at some of these other renders of this thing, it doesn't seem like it goes up very much. I mean, this is from a Haze Gray art video. It seems like it goes up and then it basically flattens off from there. That's basically the B section right there. So if we look at the diagrams, that's, or the section C CC cross section right there. That's basically where the wing goes out like that. Could easily reach the moon with a refuel in low Earth orbit by, say, another Star Raker. It's not a bad idea, man. Can you imagine? I mean, Savvy, to be honest, why would you want to refuel Star Raker to Star Raker? I think something like Star Raker with aces would be... That's a winning strategy. Let me just say that. That's a winning strategy. All right, so I'm gonna make more I-beam guides here. Hey, Rocket Guy. I mean, but Savvy, my big thing with Star Raker is that this is an insanely complicated project, and I've said that this probably would be on par with like a space shuttle or a Saturn V or an SLS scale project. This would be tough to do. I'm not saying it's insurmountable. I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but this would be a hard project to do. Very, very difficult. That's a straight line, huh? More like Saturn shuttle. Yeah, this would have definitely been a little bit complicated. Part count, we're at 1128. I've basically discarded this as a like usable thing, dude. It's not. This is something. This is a passion project. I'm building this just to keep my engineering chops sharp in KSP. And they would have needed 30 of these. Yeah, Rocket Guy, like I said, it isn't insurmountable, but we've talked about it before. I definitely think this project is Starship, SLS, Saturn V shuttle complexity. Like 10 years, $30 billion complex. Like, this would have taken a while to get this right. But man, the flip side of that is that there's really nothing here that is a particularly insurmountable is what I was about to say. Great. There's nothing here that's a particularly insurmountable thing. Like, this is doable. It's difficult, but it's doable. I accidentally rotated that wing. Didn't mean to, but yeah, we're gonna need to redo it anyway, so. Question. To my understanding, aerodynamics goes out the window when supersonic. With that, it doesn't. It just does weird things. With that in mind, planes that go subsonic can change the angle of attack with the leading edge flaps. When it comes down to unibody and lifting body wing types, how do they make sure it'll perform how they expect when supersonic? The entire premise of that question is completely wrong, Flykin. Transonic just does something different. Its arrow starts to get a little wonky. It's not that we can't predict it, but wind tunnel testing would probably be your best bet in that regard. I thought it was unpredictable. Where did you... Why do you think it's unpredictable? I'm confused. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna remake something like I had on the previous, my previous revisions here. And basically what I want to do is make a, let's make an I-beam path of where I think the wing leading edge should be, and we'll build off of that. So basically what I'll do is I want to make something where the wing leading edge is. Leading edge flap don't change the angle of attack. It changes the wing shape, causing more lift coefficients and thus more lift. Actually, huge difference. Yeah, hey Dragon, 43 months. Does Kerbal have a plugin that allows you to place an image into the hanger like a 3D modeling program? You could put it on a flag with tweak scale dim it, and you could do something like that if you wanted to kind of fudge it, but yeah. Like use the flags and then tweak scale to make the flag shape bigger, and then yeah, with tweak scale you scale it to the shape that you want, and then put the flags, you know, like have one flag that goes this way, have another one that goes this way, right? I saw that, I think Core Space did that. Yeah. I think the biggest downfall of Star Raker would be the combination of what the shuttle saw and what I suspect Starship will see, and that's the launch market. Like the shuttle, Star Raker would probably have needed to be the primary lifter of all government branches, which NASA tried to do with the shuttle to launch it more. Market would have been a driving factor with the complex in-flight operations of this thing. Difficult to build up long-term ops to sustain. Rocket Guy, that's the particular reason why I think 10 years, $30 billion is the thing with Star Raker. It's not that this is as complicated as a Saturn V. I mean, it kind of is. But you don't need to design like a launch pad for it or anything like that. The vehicle is complicated, but the operations is what's going to get you with this. But then again, the whole idea, the whole premise for Star Raker being built in the first place was a response to a government contract to build solar-powered power plants in space, right? So that would have been your sustainability to the point where the technology would have matured enough to have a market grow. That would have been the idea, which is not the worst. So if we look at this picture here, where's the picture of it from the side, that 3/4 view? This one. If you look, there's kind of a line that marks the wing leading edge. That's where the I-beam is going to be. And then I'll have another line that basically marks, if we look at this picture, I'll have another line that basically marks down here. Ooh. Okay. This is going to be a tough shape to get. Brought to you by Atari. Can we just appreciate the fact that, you know, if they wanted to make renders of what the vehicle is going to look like, they actually hired an artist to paint it? That's cool, man. Is that edge caught in the background? That's LAX flacking in the render. What are your thoughts on the buildings in the background of that photo? That's definitely supposed to be lost. That's LAX. I'm not sure what that building is. Scrubbing a launch for this would have sucked. I wonder how much loitering it would have had to do to burn off enough fuel to land. Well, Rocket Guy, what I was thinking, I mean, this is going to need one heck of a fuel dump system, to be honest with you. Because the times where we haven't gotten our ascent right, I've thought about, like, maybe, hey, let's try to fly this thing back, and yeah, that would suck. Yeah, it would suck dumping all that oxidizer. But, I mean, once again, it's not the... You would have to take off the SLF, yeah, that's where you'd need to do it, but... It would have taken a lot of time to get this tech to a tipping point, dude. You're absolutely right. So that edge does go up a little bit. It goes up like this. And then at this section Charlie, which is down here, that's when the wing, actually it starts to really, that shape kind of stays linear until it gets here, halfway between B and C, which is, C is the center of the cargo bay. B is basically the very front of the cargo bay. About halfway is when that starts to go out. So I'm going to guess that halfway between the front of the cargo bay and the side of the car, in the middle of the cargo bay, that's when you start to see, that's when this thing needs to basically level out. So right around here is where it starts to armpit. It starts to get into that compound delta. I wish I still had my damn diagram down there. Alright, take the flagged edges off. We gotta redo those, and then take the wing struts off too. So right around, I wish I still had my stupid markers. Yeah, it's right around here. So let's try right there. I had a shape like this a little bit earlier in the design, but yeah, I got rid of them because I thought I didn't need them anymore, which was stupid of me. What do you think, dudes? Look at this from the top. Is that about right? Is that about good for where my leading edge is supposed to be? That's basically tracing that line. That's the front edge. So this part right here. And that basically goes to show you how wrong we got the strakes.
Go at throttle up.
Hey, B0, what's up, man? Ren, you think so? Are you telling me the front falls off? The front of Star Raker is supposed to do a super guppy. Yep, it super guppies itself. So the front doesn't fall off. It moves to the side. Yep. And don't worry, I have the provisions to do that. I already incorporated into the structure of the design. So mine will be able to do that. We just have to figure out how to engineer that system. Alright, that looks right. You know what would be useful for you in KSP? This blueprint tool from Gmod. Well, that's not a thing from Gmod, Flecken. That's what you use in CAD systems and stuff. But yeah, I understand. Gmod. It's been a while, dude. I played Gmod, dude. Wire mod. Good times. Guess what I did? Guess what I did in Gary's mod with Wire mod? I built spaceships using this with the space build add-on. Yeah. Gary's mod space build. Amazing times, dude. Gary's mod space build was like Kerbal, Stormworks Stationeers. It's proto that, basically. Expression 2. Oh, boy. Yeah, I played space build way back in the day, dude. See last, okay. From what I've seen, a good half of the leading edge is the 45-degree section, including the forward strake. I wouldn't use that diagram. Its purpose isn't to show the wing shape, it's more of an afterthought. You're telling... Wait, what? This one right here? These are the section results. Of course it is. What are you talking about? Maybe means the artist rendition. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm just looking at these. I know that these are renders. That's why I made this specific point of saying that they're renders and they look really cool. But it is hand drawn, and I understand that. Turbo. Oh, where's the second one? Oh, nope. Still building pressure. Have you ever built orbital trebuchets in medieval engineers? The planets are spherical and have a slow orbital speed so you can actually do it. No, never. Turbo didn't spool that time. Figure 9, multi-tank diagram. Figure 9. It's 15. Figure 13. 7, 8, 9. That looks like the same line drawing of the fuselage to me, but... SpaceX just posted more Booster 9 stuff.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Oh, look at that thing. Hey, Anesthesia's 55-month resub. Happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I was playing Minecraft in real life, digging holes in my yard because there was a sinkhole from an old tree stump. Had to fix that. So, yeah, played Minecraft. Minecraft is really, you know, Minecraft, yeah, it really doesn't convey how much of a pain in the butt it is to move dirt around. Moving dirt around is a pain. But when you have a pickup truck and a wheelbarrow and shovels, it makes it a little bit easier. Okay, let's just take a look here. I'm not going to not max out the volume here, dude, so I'm just going to go ahead and say headphone users just in case. Just in case. Just in case. Headphone users, just in case. I'm not sure if it's going to be loud or not, but I'm not going to watch this for the first time without the volume cranked, so... Glad to see that the plate scales as expected. Used steel plates on smaller system for simple pads in the past. Adding water system should only improve its usability. Now, Rocket Guy, am I correct in understanding that the water basically being shot out tangent to the launch vehicle's exhaust plume is basically acting like its flame diverter? It's acting like a flame diverter and a deluge and a sound suppressor, kind of all into one. I was reading a thread on X about this. Twitter X. I should build a tunnel from the garage to the house, Colin Firth style. Have it go right into the basement. That goes through the septic tank's leach field. I don't think that's a good idea. But, I mean, I'm not going to say that wouldn't be cool. Go around it. That means it would need to be under the driveway. I don't think, something tells me that I don't think that's wise, but who knows. Because yeah, shooting the water out to the side actually gets the fire to go that way. Because the water will, shooting the water sideways, when the water gets exposed to the heat of the rocket engines, right? It'll turn to steam, but it already has the momentum going sideways. So this deluge system basically works like a flame diverter. It's designed to divert the pressure out from underneath the pad. And the permits and paperwork. I'm not saying I couldn't do it. We could do it. I just, yeah. I wouldn't do it like Colin did, though, S. What I would do is just, I would use concrete. I would use precast concrete segments. Find something off the shelf. Have you seen the Star Raker video? Is this one from Hayes Gray Art? Yep. I've seen it. Yeah, Kuro. That video partially made me want to work on this project. Well, it certainly creates a channel for noise to propagate through it as it will bounce off the denser atmosphere. Yeah. What a monster. It's absolutely not. 3 compounded straight edges, not a curvy mess. And its diagram points to show the wing shape, not the bulk of the fuselage. You can tell, see the drawing guides. Actual drawings from the air will have ghost lines from the drawing process to prove the reference works outside of the drawing. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I wish we had a couple more detailed drawings than this. The photocopy of this looks awful, but yeah. It's getting this part, dude. That's I'm not sure how we're going to do that. But am I looking at this right and seeing that the wing stops right there? Like, what's this about? Oh, it shows the... I didn't even notice this part. I did not even notice this profile right here. Okay. Okay. What did you think of your slow-mo edit? I think it was alright. I thought it was cool. But I mean, Oglex, I think this profile line still conveys this pretty damn. Yeah, it's pretty dang close. All right, so let's take the fuel tank out here in this thing here, and I'll take that wing cord out as well. We might need to do another detail pass on the bottom of the wing again. All right, get rid of this. You can see the ghosted lines where they come to a point on the diagram and then they drew where it cut. Yeah, okay, I see it. I note the area of that outer segment is like maybe 15% of the total wing. Yeah, I got you. All right, I understand. I got you. I swear I'm not yesing you to death. I see it. The side profile, yeah, this actually really helps right there. That's good. I'm kind of wondering if we have a higher res picture of that. And I wish we had more cross sections here. It's only showing section alpha right there, alpha right there, which is that, But this will help me get what I'm looking for. This basically confirms what I've been thinking. The top of the wing shape is flat throughout most of the wing structure. It's completely flat on the top, and mine is not. See, mine bends down. That's no good. And that is causing drag. So we got to mess with this. I have to. We got to rip the Band-Aid off. I hate doing that, but sometimes you have to. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. These edges up front, we probably don't need them to be tessellated like this. At least for that part, they should mostly be flat. Oh no, they need to be tessellated to an extent, so we can keep those. All right, cool. Yeah. All right, so let's just keep that there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. It's interesting because some of the profile sections on the PDF, so like I'll open up another one of the PDF for a different page. But if you look here, there is a part of this where it actually goes out in front. Yeah. We still got to hone the shape in more, guys. That's the big one. The wing leading edge, or the wing shape is really, really screwing with me right now. But I think I can get it based off of our flight test data. The reason why it's screwing with me isn't necessarily because I can't make that shape. I can make that shape in Kerbal. But does that shape in Kerbal work in Kerbal? This is the medium. This is the line that we walk. Or the wing leading edge line that we walk. You know, we got to be sure. One of my viewers, Aqualux, that watches from time to time, said he had an uncle that worked there, and he said he had all kinds of drawings of it, and I was like, please help me understand this. Kind of worked. Yeah, see, I know this isn't the same drawing, but see, even right there. Yeah. Okay. So mind-blowing to me that it has those massive wet wings for hydrogen seems so bad. The thermodynamics, Rocket Guy, are a freaking nightmare. You're coupling the thermodynamics of, right? You're coupling the thermodynamic transients with cryogenic fuels with a wing that's designed to be under aerodynamic load. How? How would you, like, that's where that's, I mean, if you're, if the, imagine, like, if the propulsion systems weren't complicated enough, you have to deal with that. Can you imagine all the modeling that, I mean, you can. Imagine all the modeling, all the, not 3D modeling, but all the testing you'd need to get that done correctly? That would have taken years. Even, like, going at SpaceX paces, like, with rapid prototyping, that would have taken years. Cold things don't like to flex, yet the wing needs to flex. And they were going to try to make this out of aluminum? No, this would have needed to... Actually, stainless probably would have been... No, not stainless. Stainless gets stronger when it's cold. You wouldn't want stainless. Stainless would get more rigid. You'd need something that will flex under cryogenic temperatures. I mean, aluminum kind of does that, but oof. Okay. Anyway, all right. We'll start with redoing down here, first of all. So around section B is when that strake shape would have been in the way. In section C, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Alright. So right here, the landing gear bay, right there, this is that line right there. That's D right there. Oh, we're way off. We are way off in this. Okay. I don't know why. Yeah. I think when I did a detailed pass on the bottom of this wing before, it was mostly me just kind of... I didn't click on that, but alright. I clicked on the strut, but the game had some input lag there apparently. Fortunately, that's a really easy piece to replace. There you go. Hey, Tweets. What are we trying to accomplish today? I need to redo the wing shape to make less drag, dude. That's the big one. I gotta redo the shape. We need to make way less drag on the front of this thing. Yeah, that's really it. We need to make way less drag. That's the reality of this. I need to get my center of lift more forward, and then we need to get our wet center of mass. So when the vehicle's fully fueled, the center of mass needs to be right there. And that tells me that my center of lift needs to be somewhere near that, at least over the main landing gear, to get the deflectors to work right. Because the problem is, right, the big thing that we're running into is that, just for a moment here, pretend that this elevon is this control shape, right? When we're at high speed, deflecting something like this, like that, is actually generating insane amounts of drag. And that's because my center of lift, center of mass doesn't really have a natural equilibrium, right? Especially at higher speeds. So we're going to need to change that. I'm actually, and this part might absolutely suck completely, but I put a lot of fuel tanks back here. I have 3 gigantor freaking fuel tanks, and we might not need as much fuel back here. We might need more fuel in the wings to help get our center of mass into a natural equilibrium here, to get that COM forward. And if we're getting our center of mass more forward, I need my center of lift to go with it. But anyway, that starts with redesigning the bottom wings here. And it kind of is a shame because I really like how these wings came out, but they're just not good enough. The wings can look awesome, if it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. So if you're looking at section double D, if you're looking at section delta right here, basically the delta line right there on the fuselage is right over the 3rd landing gear, right? And over the 3rd landing gear, there seems to be, the bottom of the fuselage is basically a semicircle, and then halfway up the circle of the fuselage right there, right? If you look at the fuselage shape, it's basically a circle in there. Halfway up the circle is where the leading edge goes. So that tells me that this shape right here, this line is basically what we're talking about. The line between those 2 wings. This shape needs to be up here somewhere. About halfway up the circle. It needs to be in line with the nacelles, which it's absolutely not. Oh. How much chaos would there be if KSP modeled control reversal? Oh, please. This is gonna kill me to do it. I already did it by misclicking by accident because there's so many parts, but... Oh, okay. Wait a minute. If I select does that move the entire set? Oh, it does. And the control surfaces. That's tasty. I'm really happy that I built this all as one sub-assembly, the engine and the nacelles and whatnot. That's actually going to make this super easy. We just have to start dumping struts and I need to redo it again. Most of them are in tri-symmetry, so... Alright, keep that tank. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Go in here like this, get rid of that. Oh man, she's in pieces. Oh man, she's in pieces and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. What you need to do is remember to save. Not yet. Alright, let me take the ohms thrusters off. We gotta redo all this. This all needs to be redone because it just generates way too much drag. Get rid of the struts. We don't need any struts. I don't want no struts. Alright, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go in here. We have interstage nodes on the vehicle. Let's take the root, see if we can select the root part, and let's move that all the way forward so we can get a good look. Alright, let me just grab a nodes cone so we can see what interstage nodes are open. So the main... Wait. What's that engine plate doing in there? Yeah, I don't want that attached to an engine plate. We need it attached to the fairing. Okay, cool. So what we're gonna do, go in here like this, get rid of mouse over, and I will take my engine section, careful. There. It's back in the spot where it belongs. All right. The whole thing is hinging off of this piece, the engine section piece, but that's what I want. I want this like that. There we go. All right. That's back to where it was. Cool. It's back to where it was without the fuel tanks in the hierarchy, so if I need to reconfigure it again, we absolutely can. Let's just go down in here and make sure that the fuselage... Does the fairing fuselage... Or does the fairing close on that fuselage shape? It does. Nice. Cool. Did you see Priest's super violent roll yesterday? Yeah! Looked like something out of Talladega Nights, dude. Alright, get rid of these control surfaces here. Okay. Alright. Excellent. I suggest taking this on to non-detachable sub-assemblies. Yeah. The symmetry got me. That's okay. Valacius, I've been saying third week of September for a long time. Yeah. I don't want to sub-assemble this, Aqualix. There's struts and everything, and it'll get all screwed up. These struts are not final placement struts from the test flight, and I don't want to do that. And yeah, it just screwed my overclock controller too, because I took it off and made a duplicate of it because I tried to attach in symmetry, which erased my Cal controllers because it thinks the symmetrical clone is the controller. So yeah, we're gonna have to go back and reclock everything, but that's okay. But yeah, no, it's fine. I can always pull sub-assemblies out of older craft files. It's a good idea. All right, so it hurts a little bit. This looks like an older version. Sorry, I just got here. It's an older version because I picked apart all the parts that I need to redo, Pop, and turns out that it was a lot more parts than I thought. So, don't worry. We'll get there. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment to recover from the L that I just took. Hey Alex, I've been away from Twitch for months. Is KSP2 on hold? Nobody seems to play it. It needs more time in the oven, dude. One on the day, fellas. Give it some time. Yeah, give it some time. Alright, so good news here is that alright, well, while we're here, I'll just set these to this. So, yeah, we don't have to deal with the fairings doing that. All right. Now, there's an opportunity to reduce the part count here. We can reduce part count by doing that and then replacing that, because this part of the top of the wing is completely straight right there. So we could take this piece and I could have sworn that that was perfectly straight. It's not. So wait, that... Huh. Cesare, give it some time. What they're trying to do is difficult, man. It's gonna take a second to get it right. I've been saying this for pretty much almost a year now. It's gonna take some time. Just give them some time. They'll get it right. No need to fret, my friend. They will get it right. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. None of those were perfectly straight. Oh, fudge me. Oh, the fuselage. Oh, thank God. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, why is that like that? But the fuselage wasn't completely straight up and down. All right, cool. Cool. I was gonna say, there's no way past me made that big of a screw up. Cool. Yeah, that wouldn't have ended well for me. All right, excellent. All right, get rid of that. We don't need that. And as much as it kills me to say it, if we're gonna need to redo the bottom wing shape, and redoing the bottom wing shape is going to screw it, rip the band-aid off. Screw it, just rip the damn band-aid off. Just get it done. Let's go. All right. So, once again, we can save on part count because the top of the wing is flat. So in this pass, we'll do stuff like this. Instead of tessellated, we don't need tessellated for a completely flat shape. We can also get this shape by just doing a straight delta wing, save some parts. Plus, you're cutting 50% of the wing parts in that area. It's a win-win. Yep. Alright, so something that I've noticed is that there's a dimple in the wing shape right here. See that? See that? See how it's crooked? We can fix that. What using less parts do to drag lift, it'll minimize it. If anything, we're going to get a nicer simulation, so it should fly a little bit better. It's mostly flat, I know. I know, that's what I'm trying to take into account. So what I'm trying to figure out now is like, where does the wing completely flatten out, like in terms of the back profile here? It completely, I mean, if we can reduce the angle of this, like see there's this dimple right here. See how this wing is kind of going this way and then this one is kind of going up like that? If we can reduce that angle of attack, we can move the center of lift more forward and combine that with the strakes. And then if the flatter this area is, the better. The middle third is flat. Okay. All right. I'm about to rip all the wings off completely. But before we do that, let's do the bottom wing first. Task at hand. It starts trailing downwards at about the start of the engine nacelles if lower stability. Well, okay, so that means my angle is right. I'm talking about where does it get flat? This way, on the back of the wing. Where does it get flat? That seems to be the back corner of the nacelle actually lines up with the wing leading edge right there. So I'm going to go ahead and say that it starts getting pretty dang flat right around the outside of the nacelle. That's when the wing really starts. So YC2385. It's not flat on the bottom, but it is flat on the top. We gotta change the shape here. Give me another I-beam, another line of I-beams. Going kind of back to square one, where we had with this, using the I-beams to make the shapes that we want. That one is not the flat one. This one is the flat one. So this shape needs to be like that. Absolute perfect. Yeah, see? That's no good. So, if you're just tuning in, we basically figured out we got to redo a lot of the wing shape here. Just some slight tweaks here and there, and by slight I mean rip the entire bottom wing off because it's the completely wrong shape. It's close, but it's not. There's so many places that we can minimize drag here with this design that yeah, we gotta work with it a little bit more. We gotta work on it. Now, the okay part of this, like, it's not that big of a deal. I know it looks like I ripped the entire plane off, ripped the entire plane apart, because that, you know, that's basically what I did. Yeah, that's basically what we did. But I can work a lot faster with wing tessellation. I know how to do it a lot quicker now. When I first built the wings, I was still trying to remember how to do it right. I know what it looks like, because that's what happened. Why did it do that? What the hell? Yeah. Putting these, kind of superimposing these I-beams over here kind of shows you how bent the shape is. And all these spots are just opportunities for reducing drag. Wow. Okay. To think this isn't that far off of how wing design happens, using as a to guess about shape created CAD CFD repeat. Yep. Yeah, man. Okay, before I open up that can of worms on the back wing, there are some areas that we need to tweak. See this area where the I-beam's basically underneath the wing? That's the area that needs the most attention. Because that's making these wings make a ton of drag when they really don't need to. Alright. Okay, save this. Now, down here. Let's go here. So at section D right here, the wing's basically popping out of the nacelles right there. Like if you look at the fuselage down is basically a hemisphere, right? And they come out at the center, right? And then that wing shape at this point seems to level off between the 4th and 5th nacelle on the outside. Okay, so let's make tessellated wing shapes, and let's go from there. That's the wrong one. We were using type A. How did they design wings before CAD existed then? A drawing board, Phantom. Draw it out, build a copy of it, put it in the wind tunnel. Then figure out, on top of all that, figure out how to frickin' make the thing. It was hardcore, man. Aerospace engineering was tough, man. I mean, it was. It still is, even with the damn computer. But it's just mind-boggling that these folks came up with designs like that. It's mind-boggling that these folks came up with designs like that that worked. Like the SR-71, XB-70. Unbelievable. Like, I think this might just be a weird, nostalgic take. Like, don't get me wrong, the computers and everything are very, very helpful. But I think there's something that could be stated for forcing you to draw out your ideas every time. Now, okay, so think about this for a second. If you have to draw it every time, drawing it out is going to take time. That's going to take a lot of time, right? If you drew like a blueprint, like blueprints to a house, out by hand. You drafted it by hand versus drafting it on the computer, right? If you drafted the blueprints out by hand, it makes you really, really think twice about what you're doing. Why? There's no undo button when you're drawing. Drawing takes time. Drafting out these plans takes time, and it takes a lot of effort. So it really forces you to think before you draw anything. With a computer, you can just kind of go in and you screw something up, you hit the undo button. Now, don't get me wrong, that's way easier. But I think there is a design mentality with drawing that you don't get with the computer. Because you can rapidly implement stuff. Right? Because you can rapidly implement stuff on the computer, it's very easy to just say, all right, let's try this, all right, let's try this, all right, let's try this. Rather than sitting there and thinking a lot about the idea that you're trying to do, because it takes longer to draft the stupid thing out. I think that forces you to think more critically about your design, and I think through that critical thinking, you can actually, that's how stuff like the SR-71 got made. All the most innovative engineers I know still draw out their ideas before it goes into a CAD program. Savvy, if I had an engineering company, yeah, I would have an entire division of illustrators and drafters that would draft everything out, because that would make us think twice about what we're trying to do. It's kind of you kind of don't think about that, right? You're like, no, we want it on the computer so we could do it, we could implement stuff a lot faster. That makes more sense. I disagree. Chip Foose hand draws all of his builds. It has purpose. I think there's something to be stated for drawing stuff. Yeah, I think that's very important. Yeah, Ryo, that's a real good example. Chip Foose is a great example. Yep. Chip Foose, for the people that don't know, is a legendary hot rodder. Like, legendary for building absolutely beautiful custom cars. And he draws every single one out. Every single render, every single design that he does gets drawn. So, just something to kind of think about. I mean, that and it breaks the game, Blue Flare, but yeah. Yeah, like, guys, if I had an engineering company like that, like aerospace, cars, whatever, everything would get drawn out. I'd have an entire drafting department teaching people old school tips of the trade. It would be done that way. I don't care if, it's more expensive, no doubt. More expensive doing that. But it would force critical thinking, and that critical thinking would put us ahead. It's just we would be slow to design stuff, but hey, whatever. What we design would be better than most. And I'd rather do that. I'd rather do it that way. It's great for iteration once the idea has been thoroughly thought out, yeah. But you can easily spend way more time iterating than it would just have taken to just draw it out. I ran into that with one of my builds, completely changed how I do things. Yeah, I think if you spend more... Savvy, I think if you spend more time thinking about what you want to do and honing in your idea, you're going to run into less problems down the road. And drawing forces that mentality, drafting out the plans. It forces you to think that way. Like, call it a user experience, call it a gameplay. Like in a game where it forces you to do something a certain way. Like, call it gameplay. For engineering,
Discovery,
right?
go and throttle up.
Hey, Pythos, thanks for the raid. And Mile, thank you for the resub. I do appreciate it. That's why your second marriage is better. Oof. Why, did you draw a picture of your wife, Ryo? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You drew a picture of your wife so you thought more about your second marriage? Thanks for the bits, Nova. Appreciate it. 31 months. The tech in this thing is amazing. Thanks for making it in depth. Keep it up, man. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. It's the
Discovery,
fairings,
go and
Blue.
throttle up.
Hitting the undo button breaks the hollow fairings, and I spent literally 2 streams getting those fairings correct, and then I redid them again. We spent a week on just the fuselage, remember, in the very early parts of August. All right. Oh, 200. Oh, hey, look, I didn't attach a stupid joke to yours. Oh, well, thank you. No. No, that doesn't make sense. Doing that like that. That's where it makes the most sense. In that regard, the engines need to be pointed down. Like that. Because, yeah, the front of the nacelle ends right at section D, right here. So that's where the front of the nacelle ends, and it ends exactly halfway through the fuselage, like that. That's where it needs to be aiming. So that's the right spot for the engines. Hey Maverick, 16 months. Interesting. So section C is up here. Let me just grab another bunch of these wings here. Get it up here, get it to align with the other shapes. Now, let's move it out here. We're lined up. Now this is going to be down here somewhere. But, oh, hey, get back here. Now section C is a 45-degree angle, but it's 45ing off the very bottom of the fuselage. So C is down here somewhere. Right, that's about halfway. Actually, C would be up here, like this. One quick question before I get off to sleep. Why did they have the landing gear jettisonable? This landing gear, that landing gear, and that landing gear were jettisonable because of mass, Pythos. SSTO and whatnot. The landing gear subassemblies in KSP don't weigh anything. They're not nearly the same amount of mass as their real-life counterparts, so I just kept all the gear on there. I'll just land... I'm just going to keep the gear. Alright, so that's 15, 30, 45. Oh. Maybe it's 30 degrees, like that. That looks more right. 35, 40, 45. Wait, then it's not an SSTO then? I mean, I don't know. Mine's taking the gear with it, so mine's going to be true SSTO. No. That's not right. That can't be. Because it basically gets to the wing, and then it kind of circles over like this, see? You get to section C right here. Yeah, it armpits just a little bit, and then it goes up and over. How in the balls am I going to make that shape? Alright, I got a better idea. Let's see if we can map it out on the top first. No, that's not the shape we need. This is the one that we need. More or less. That's close. It's not the exact straight angle, but it's close enough. See, I gotta draw the line, literally, between. I gotta draw the line between what the real plans call for and what I can do with wing tessellation. And then these wing surfaces would be down like this. Actually, this one would be as well. So this is going to kind of end up being like this. So it lands, then how long does it take to put the gear back on? I would assume... So, Ren, I would assume that the gear for Star Raker works in a very, very similar fashion to fairings with SpaceX. It's not that they would just, like the plane goes up, it comes back down a couple hours later, and the gear is ready to go. They'd probably have like a ton of sets of gear teed up and ready to go in a warehouse. You know what I mean? Think fairings, right? It would be one of those things that you kind of did en masse. It's almost following the Strake Joe to a T here, but let's try something a little bit. No. The strake angle is just going to be difficult to make. It's going to be difficult to get it right. Man, this one really is a tough project. Star Raker is tough getting these wings right, but I want it to be awesome. To be honest, I really want it to be amazing. Yeah, that's more or less what we're looking for. Now we just got to figure out a way to blend that line into that line. Hey Ismic, what's up, dude? And then there's the whole transition onto the front fuselage shape. That's going to be a pain in the butt to get that right, but we can. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay, well, let's just get rid of that. And that more or less is the shape that we need, right? It's just, that's just a weird shape to get at. What's going on with KSP2? 2 times on the day, fellas. It just needs more time in the oven, man. What they're doing is a huge project with big scope. It's going to take some time to get it correct. I have faith, though, man. I hurt my back stepping over a bush. Is this what 30 feels like? Yes. It's early access is. Give it some time, dude. You know, this game, Kerbal 1 didn't get this good. Like, it took a while for it to come into its own, you know? So... Hey, Pogo. Now we need to build a slow transition between that shape and this shape, and I'm not sure how we're going to do that. How the heck are we going to make that? Wish we could map all the drag that this thing makes. It would be interesting to see what KSP we can. F12 would be able to tell us pretty well, actually. In the SBH, yeah. Okay, yeah, I understand. Alright, we gotta place one more. More or less. Alright. Here we go. Come on, make it. That's close enough. Good. These two sections need to be a little bit closer as well. I just got to go up here and look at this for some reference. How close do these things get to each other? Okay, cool. There's a stripe. The stripe needs to be closer, so it needs to be like that. There we go. Okay, we're lined up there. That's lined up. And all these basically need to be equidistant from each other like that. And they need to be lined up like that, more or less. Okay, so here's how we're going to do this. Take this piece, right? Obviously, we need the shape to transition to that from that angle to that angle. So let's get in here like this. That needs to be like that. That's where this wing needs to live, for the most part. Now let's just set that wing angle to where we think it needs to be, right? It really should be down here, shouldn't it? So that's 15, 30, 45. Okay. I honestly think they're using this airfoil. Trenchonic airfoil with shape leading edge. Yeah, Aqualex, that doesn't really get me what I'm looking for. The airfoil shape, that gives me a profile for like out here. The transitional shapes between the fuselage and that is not going to help me with airfoil design. I see it. I see. I get you. But yeah, it's not really going to help with what I'm kind of trying to do here. Let me cook right now, okay? I'm kind of deep in thought for workflows. I'm not really worrying about shape right now. I'm trying to figure out a way that we can easily implement that shape in KSP. So it's not necessarily airfoil that's throwing me for a curveball right now. It's how am I going to make that shape? What's the workflow? What's the method for doing it? Does that make sense? Yeah, I got the airfoil shape. I can see it in my head. I'm just figuring out a way to implement it. That's all. And then we need to make that shape too. It's gonna be difficult, man. It's gonna be tough. That's where that shape just basically kind of has to be. That's where it has to live. Yeah. The problem is that it's not exact. That's where it should live to go with the line drawings. And that's more or less right. It's close. This is one of those times where I just kind of have to sit here and fiddle with it until we get it right, just like every other time that we've gone to do the wing tessellation. Just have to sit here and mess with it. There we go. That jives pretty well with what we're doing. That's fine. We can make that work. Okay, so now that we have these lined up, I'm going to hit the save button, and we're going to do this. So, like, this one needs to be close, right? And then this one needs to be a little bit after that, right? And then that one needs to be... No, that's the wrong one. Yeah, see, we need to make it fan like that. Okay. That's not bad. Now I'm obsessing about if you set grandparent strut on the tessellated wing sections. I did. Hey, 8-Bit. Hope I had a great weekend. It's alright. It's okay, man. Okay, so for these segments, we can start cutting these pieces out. We know we're not going to need wings that much. So let's start chopping off what we don't need. There we go. All right. Okay, so now, what I was doing with wing tessellation before is building out one segment and building out that segment for where I think the wing needs to be. I'm not going to do that this time. We're going to go, we set this one and then we set that one. Now let's bridge the transition with the wing segments. So that means doing something like this. And this way I'm building each segment out kind of, we're not building out one at a time, we're kind of building all of them out at the same time. And if I can do this correctly for placing, if we can place this all right, then we'll be in business here. So we got to do something like this for these wing segments, right? And then we can kind of move it around just a smidge and fiddle it back and forth, make sure we get that right. Okay. 1. Now do this. Do the same thing with this wing segment here. I can already tell you this shape needs to be down a little bit more. The reason why is we're getting a slight convex edge here. We don't want that. See how the wing goes down like this and then over? That's not what we want. Which is weird because, yeah, that means we're gonna have to rotate this just a smidge.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Hey, Twitchit. What's going on, man? I don't like that. I don't like that it's doing that. The way to fix that would be to just adjust this shape like that, make it slightly curved. Oh boy. I'm just gonna put the gear up for now. It should make it a little bit easier to see it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Play, what's going on, man? How you doing? Yeah, that's where that needs to be. See, doing this way might not be the worst idea because we're finding the shapes that we need.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Buffett, what's going on? Thanks for all the resubs, dudes. I'm sorry I'm not giving the best commentary that I can right now. This is kind of me checking a new way to do this. And in doing that, I'm kind of lost in thought here, so to speak. But yeah, just give me some time. We have to eliminate that convex shape. Man, this is tough. Yeah, see, we're just going to have to fiddle with these a little bit. Okay. That looks right. I'm just, right now, all I'm focusing on is just this part right here. Just the transition from fuselage to wing shape. I don't want it to look like that, but... Mortimus, I'm not being rude, but if you mess with the flaps anymore, NASA's gonna put you on a list. Yep. It's a Delta wing, though. It has no flaps, okay? Just saying. There we go. That one came out all right. Now you just need to be like this, and then you've got to move up a little ways. There. Hey Steve, thanks for the raid, buddy. Alright, so I have to do a little bit more modification here. There we go. All right, cool. Now we just got to rotate this a smidge. See, it's interesting, guys. If you just kind of take a visual snapshot of what, like, if you can kind of picture what this is going to look like, it's interesting, but because I'm using these shapes right here to get what I'm looking for, and it inadvertently is kind of coming out looking exactly like that. See that? That means we're on the right track. That's how I know. This is the direction this needs to go in. Because when you do it right, stuff kind of falls into place, if that makes any sense. No problem, C-Dub. All good, man. I'm just gonna zap it, though. Or my mod zapped it. There we go. See, what I'm really trying to do here is focus on the line where the wings cross the, where they cross, like where the fuselage and the wings meet up. Really trying to focus hard on that one. Because if we don't nail that line, then the rest of it's not going to come out right. Not been watching recently due to life stuff, but are you looking forward to Starfield? I'm kind of in overdrive mode, Buffett. You know why? Because I want to finish this before Starfield. I'm very much looking forward to it, dude. I really want to play it. I don't know how, but Bethesda hooked me. I mean, I'm not gonna play it until I want to play early access, dudes. In order to do that, you got to pre-order the game. But I'll pre-order the game later this week. I know I said I wasn't going to do that, but I want to play on the early access. I kind of have to. I want to do that. It's kind of sucks because I want to do that because I want to play it when everybody else plays it, and I don't want like spoilers and stuff. What happened there? Why did that go all the way up there? Must have misclicked. Spoiler, the answer is 42. So I'm not going to pre-order it until probably like Wednesday or maybe tomorrow or something. Because I want to play that early access. Because what I want to do is, a lot of people are kind of skeptical, right? And that's fine. That's completely fair. I think that's totally warranted, right? So I'll take the hit on the pre-order, right? And you guys watch me, and because I'm gonna play the crap out of the game, I'm gonna break it. And yeah, we'll see. They have my interest, but I'm not gonna pre-order that game. But if there's early access, you know, I'm gonna break it. So that kind of is like, yeah, okay, I should probably pre-order it at this point. But generally, I'm kind of against doing that nowadays. I don't think I need to say the reasons why. I'll take the bullet for the team. I mean, they've been working on it for a long time, Dune, so yeah, maybe. Not sure if you saw one of my last messages in October. Stormworks is bringing out the Space DLC. Puffin, I've been linked to the Stormworks Space DLC over the weekend a good 30 to 40 times. Not that that's a bad thing, but yeah, no, I am well aware, man. That misclick screwed me up. Oh well. Did you ever manage to get this up legitimately? I got it close, but I need to redesign the wings a little bit, Ansel. I need to get them to work a little bit better. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just redesigning the shape to minimize drag based off of the past flight tests that we've done. So we're back messing with the tessellation again, but should be okay. Not really too happy with how this came out here. Alright, I'm gonna try one more fiddle with this thing and see if we can get this shaped to our liking. With the tessellation, guys, you just gotta take your time. It's really the only way to do it. Doesn't seem like there's really any way around doing this. I'm trying to just make the transition shape from fuselage to wing not look like it's a jagged mess. Like, see how it goes this way, and then it goes down like this, and then it goes up, and then it goes down again. It looks very jagged. Then again, from far away you really can't notice anyway, so screw it. Alright, so now what we need to do is we need to change that shape. That's where that triangle needs to be. And then that one is already where it needs to be. So let's average it again. Right? So 1, 2, and 3 need to be pretty much average between these things. So That one obviously needs to be halfway in between. That one needs to be halfway in between that, and this one needs to be halfway in between that. And then this one doesn't need so much wing shape. There we go. Okay, so now we start with this one. Move this up into position. And then move that down. That one's pretty close. All right, now this one needs to bridge the transition between that wing and this wing. Almost got it. Just gotta pay attention to how we're messing with that COL as well, center lift. That's actually not bad. Save! All right, stop yelling at me! Not bad. All right, now this one. Yeah, that's already starting to come out looking better. Being hyped for Starfield so big and modeling sci-fi ships in Blender. Here is an astronaut hauler ship that you're working on. Oh. An asteroid hauler. Cool. This is fascinating. Thanks, Ansel. Alright, so set this. That wing obviously needs to be lined up with the nacelle. The entrance to the nacelle, right? That needs to go right there. Now, that piece is pretty much set. I'm not sure how we're going to do the strake edge or whatever. I might... No, that's not going to do what I want. All right, let's just leave it for now. All right, so we need to bridge between that one and this one. All right, cool. So this one needs to be about halfway. Right there. This one needs to be halfway in between that, and then that one needs to be about halfway in between those. So let's start here. Yeah, okay. There we go, that did it. We're still got a little bit of a seam there. Okay. That one actually fit, that puzzle piece fit pretty well. You know you did it right where it doesn't need, you don't need that much modification to get the piece. Like, it's like puzzle pieces. You know it's the right piece if it just fits together. It just works, okay? While we're on the topic of Starfield. It just works. Add time? You say so. I gotta burn these 150,000 points somehow. Alright. That is a much smoother shape than what we had before. Wow. Nice. Laughs at 350K. Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump up those numbers. Well, I suppose I'll just take the time to say thank you for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you. Question is, will it fly? You saw it fly the other day, Firework. These wing optimizations that I'm making right now are based off of what we learned from the other day. Not only should this fly, it should fly way better. Like, way better. Six shot 22.4. Feels bad, man. Can we have point sinks that don't interrupt the stream? I don't know. I'll think about it. Cool. All right, now this one. You still contend that Baldur's Gate would take the Game of the Year? Baldur's would take Game of the Year? I've watched Remo. I was watching Remo play it. Grab. It's definitely... I see the depth of the game. It doesn't... Casting spells and stuff never really did it for me, but I do see the depth of the game, and man, is that game in depth. I like it. I like the depth, but it's just... Yeah, I'm not really too into like games like that. But yeah, it's definitely a real humdinger of a game. I'll say that. Hey, Crown. What's going on, buddy? Try it? Nah. Nah, I'm good. Starfield's coming out, dude. Okay, now set this wing piece for where we need. Like that. And now set that one. Basically be like that. Set that one. Be like that. And then I'm not sure we're going to need this one, but I'll set it too, just to be sure. Yeah, if that's actually the center line on the wing, then that means this one needs to be down here somewhere. And so does this one. Center line crossing the wing, which, yeah, okay. I gotta redo some stuff. That means that needs to be down there. Like that. It needs, that shape needs to be over there somewhere. Wow. Yeah, that's where that needs to be. All right, get rid of these. So I gotta redo some of these transitions just a little bit. That one is set. This one needs to go down way more. There we go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got to flatten out the wing shape here. That's right. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So here, let me go and mess with this again. I'm doing a little, probably doing a little more work than what I needed to here. But this, though. See, the thing is, the other thing that I learned from our flight testing dudes is that, you know what? We don't need nearly as big of a fuel tank as I thought we did. I thought I would need to fill up the entire wing with fuel tanks. Nope. No, we don't need to. I mean, we still need some fuel. We still need fuel, but we don't need nearly as much as I thought. And that's good. That's a good thing. How is Star Raker going? Fine. I'm just redoing the bottom wing here, T-Man. What do you think? That look nice? I haven't finished basically from here out, like all this up here, but down here, see that? How does that look? Pretty smooth, right? Is that because hydrogen takes up more volume than the KSP fuel? The KSP fuel per the KSP2 devs has a fuel density similar to Methalox, so yeah, absolutely. Just making some quick adjustments here because we need to get that wing shape to be a little bit different. There we go. Right there. Save. Thanks, man. Fill the wings with oxidizer instead. I would if we had just oxidizer tanks. Man, I'm happy I saw that. I'm happy I saw what I saw because this wing shape would have been too tilted up. It needs to be flatter. We need the wing shape needs to eventually come. Basically, it needs to be flat by the time it gets out to where the I-beam is. If it doesn't, then yeah, we're not going to have the right shape, and that's the mistake that I made last time. I made a type of wing shape that basically was a bowl down here, and right up at the front of the wing we had wings that were almost basically parallel to this. We had wings that were like this almost, like that. See that? That's no good. That's not what we want. Can't have that. Let's see if I can take this and move this down here. Where would that need to be lined up? Oh. Ew. Oh. Yes, not exactly what I'm looking for. Man, we took so much of this damn thing apart to do this, but that's okay. That's fine. I actually saved the pod, mostly. That you did. The boy's good. No doubts there, huh? I mean, this is the third pass on the wings, Aqualux, but I do understand what you're saying. The more you do it, the better. And this is part of, you know, like, this is part of what makes SpaceX appear to be so fast, you know. That if you have people that are just making, you know, like the more times I make this dang thing, the more times I work on this wing, the more passes I make at it, the better it's going to get. It's just, that's kind of like mass production rule right there. It's gonna get better every time. So the more passes that I make at this, the better it's going to be. It's just like SpaceX, like with putting tiles on Starship, for instance. You know, the first sets of tiles that we saw get put on weren't really that. It looked like not very hypersonic. Right? But you see the tiles that they're putting on the starships now, they definitely look better than they were. So the more we do this, the more passes I take doing wing tessellation, the better. The better the shape is going to be. And it's also going to take less time to do it. So, you know, take that for what it's worth. Third time's the charm, or something. I also find it better to build the wing out in sections. So go, instead of going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just kind of go columns instead of rows. save that. Let's just take a second. Look back at it. I think this one could do with going down a little bit. Just a smidge. Like that. So that means we're going to get in here, take this, move this around just a smidge. No, that's not exact. Now take this piece, move it down just a smidge again, get it lined up, and then take this one. Now this piece I don't think we're going to need, but I'll just line it up here until I figure out what we want to cut out of this design, because if we were going to keep going with the wing shape like that, that's where that would need to be. And now that's going to shift this a little bit as well. So that needs to be like right there. And that means that this piece needs to be basically right there. Well, the Crew 7 booster looks okay after that really short burn. Hang on. Give me 1 second. I gotta check something. Still looked unsatisfactory. Why does this game have to be so addicting? Don't know. It is good though. It's a good game, man. Resculpting this bottom wing, man, I'm telling you. But I think this is going to look a lot better, and I think it's going to perform a lot better than the wing that we had before. Yeah, I like doing this way, just going down the horn each time, because then you can see the shape take form a lot better, and then it's even better because you can go back and make small adjustments like this, and it doesn't screw up the entire thing. I know I've like been messing with this like 4 or 5 times in a row, but this wing shape looks so much nicer already. That's crazy. I can't believe that. Kind of makes me second guess myself, because I'm like, man, how did I screw that up? How did I not get that right? I don't understand. But hey, you know, maybe I had an off day. Maybe you just had an off day or something. This is the one we're working with, right here. There we go. You were going off the easier to see figures. Yeah, maybe. I guess. I also think it has a lot to do with me getting a better workflow for tessellation than anything. That absolutely needs to be down more. This wing structure right here seems to flatten out a lot quicker than I thought previously. It's not nearly as concave as I'm thinking, and that, you're right. That, I mean, that kind of does come from that, from looking at that segment a little bit. There we go. I'm not sure why that transition came out so weird, but we can just massage it out there. From the looks of the new wing geometry, we might have a bit of trouble keeping the nose down, but I guess that's intentional. No, not really firework, no. No, I don't think so. I think it'll be alright. I mean, the wing isn't done yet. Don't just look at the center lift and be like, oh, yep. Trust me, dude. Trust me, bro. Source. I made it up. Sorry.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Purple Pie, what's up, man? That's a 62. Thanks, man. Thank you for all the resubs, dudes. I appreciate the support.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Dim it. 5-month resub. Thank you. Alright, so now this one is going to need to go up a little ways to transition that wing out. Oh man. Yeah, okay. So let's iron this shape out. Like that. And that shape's gonna need to be up there. And that means that this one needs to be up as well, like that. Which means we need to do this with this shape. You're welcome, dude. You love the stream. Thanks, man. Appreciated. All right. There we go. Man. This is such a complicated shape on the underside of this, dudes. But I think we can get it. It's just a complicated shape, that's all. All right. That seems right. Everything seems to be good there. Now, let's save our work. How do we transition to this shaped edge? We're gonna need to use the strakes. So how do we do that? How do we get the strake edge right? So that is the same edge as the delta wing, so that needs to go. To get the rest of the transition right, I need a strake here. Right, because this is going to go right there for the most part. Alright, so that means I don't need that. Good. Done. The next strake needs to be attached to this piece right here. So we don't need those. Cool. And then the next... The next one needs to be attached to that one, so we don't need those ones. I'm using deltas on the top to save parts. We can use strakes on the bottom because it seems to be a little bit more of a difficult shape to get at. I'm noticing the wing gap gets too wide right here. Okay. Was there ever a concept? It was just drawings, Tim. It never got off the drawing board, quite literally. Yeah, shame. I know. It's a really awesome idea. So if we're going off the kind of top idea that we have here, that means that these pieces need to go, and we need to replace them with this. So get rid of those. That needs to go in its place right there. And then that means we need a strake. No. No. Yeah, okay. It just needs to be that. Or tessellated strake wings. Oh, this is gonna get a little complicated. Wow, that part's gonna be a little weird to get right. Oh, okay. Oh, man. So you have to figure out some of the engineering problems. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, that's what makes this tough, dude. But you know me, I like the challenge. This is fun for me. Alright, now we gotta go. Okay. Good. Close. That's real close to being right. I mean, it's kind of a stretch, T-Man, but maybe. Crew 6 is probably getting delayed due to weather in the recovery site. Yep. Turbine car, Tigris, my favorite automobile. Yep, turbine car. I love the turbine car. The wing's a little fat? I don't think so, Soliner. I think they're okay. If you're talking about right here, they're too open. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Yes, I am fixing that right now. Excuse me. I see the only one. You've seen the only surviving one. That's not the only surviving one. Jay Leno owns one, dude, and it runs. But yeah, there is one in the Henry Ford, yeah. See how quickly? It took me an entire stream to sculpt that wing out the first try. We've done it in 3 hours. That's what I mean about getting better over time. Every time you take a stab at it, you're going to be better at it. That's why you got to practice. Well, you guys don't need to practice doing wing tessellation. This is more for Kerbal players that hate themselves more than anything. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They have one at the National Museum of Transportation in St. Louis. Does it run, Sinker? Because turbine cars, man, believe it or not, the intercooler design in this engine is not far off from what the Chrysler turbine car used. It's a rotary regenerator, just like what Chrysler intended, which is actually super freaking cool to me. The Chrysler rotary regenerator. Would it be a loud engine in the car? Nope. No louder than a regular engine. Green, they basically took the jet engine and made it so that the heat coming out of the exhaust and the exhaust velocity out of the car is no different than an internal combustion engine, but with a jet engine. Which is, I'm telling you, that turbine car isn't just like, oh, we built a jet engine into a car. Ha ha ha, post on YouTube. No. They built a jet engine that has about the same torque and about the same horsepower as a V8, uses the same transmission as a V8, and has exhaust temperatures and velocities that are on par with a regular V8 with a 318. That was their blueprint. And it's the same decibel levels. Yeah, dude, it's not just like a gas turbine under there. They made a custom jet that has rotating intercoolers in it, amongst other things. Yeah, that's right, Willie. Mm-hmm. I think jet engines in cars is not the worst idea, to be honest with you, dudes. I think that's a really smart idea. The reason why I think it's a really smart idea is because anything can combust in a jet engine. Anything. I mean, to be fair, anything can combust in a diesel motor as well, but... The Swedish chef, yes. Yes. Oh, off topic, but cool picture. If it's space, it's on topic. We good, man. We good, man. What do we got? Oh. That's nice. Yeah, I don't hate what's going on in here. Yeah, I'm covering the L-107 launch for NASA spaceflight tomorrow morning, fellas. Just in case anybody wants to show up in the morning, get your coffee. They're small SRBs, Jax, but they're not small SRBs. But they also are small SRBs. But they're also very much not small SRBs, right? Give me 1 second, Aqualex. I see the link. I just gotta... get that right. These need to converge. By the time they get out to here, they need to converge into one, almost one, not almost one shape, but close. Oh, I kicked the pedal cam over. Oh no. Oh no! Get up there. There we go. Now I can see an Atlas V with shuttle motors. What? Why? Because of this solid rocket booster? You feeling okay? EJ, scroll up, please. EJ, scroll up. So to ask a stupid question. So Green, okay, here's how this works. Tag at EJSA. If I don't see the text highlight, I'll assume you're not talking to me. So just for next time. I'll scroll up this time, but next time. So to ask a stupid question, how do you refuel something like this? Is it just a gas pump? You're talking about the turbine car? You could put anything that combusts into it. That's what's cool about turbines. Put diesel fuel in there. Gasoline. Any octane gasoline will work. You could put tequila in there. Anything that combusts, the Chrysler turbine car would run on it. They did it as a marketing strategy. They went to France and then they showed off the car and they put Chanel number 5. They put perfume in the fuel tank and it ran. Yeah. They went to Mexico to show off the car. They put tequila in it. It ran. Ethanol, nitromethane, methanol, liquid methane, liquid hydrogen. If you really wanted to figure that one out, gasoline, diesel, whatever. It'll run on anything that's flammable. Hairspray. It'll run on hairspray. No problem. That's why I think that thing is so cool. because you could make all kinds of cool synthetic fuels for it, like ethanol, for instance. It'll run fine off ethanol. Now you can make something that's fully running off corn. You don't have to worry about carbon emissions. There's no carbon emissions here. It runs on, well, not totally, but you get the idea. Would bunker C you're talking about? Yeah, it'll run off fuel oil. Sure, why not? Anything, dude, anything that explodes. Anything. Yeah, Chief, as long as you preheat it, right? Yeah. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Dude, getting this line to be perfectly straight is such a pain in the butt. It's like right here. There's a weird transition there that I don't like. And it's that. There it is right there. Get that situated. Right, now take this. Boiled it, soiled it, boiled it, and soiled it. There. That needs to be right there. There's really not any getting around that. So This piece needs to be up here like this, and then we have to make this piece fit in there like that. Good. 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 Your hate doesn't make you powerful. Huh? Sorry. No, that's something else. Never mind. Forget I said anything. You didn't hear that, right? Chad, can you just pretend that you didn't hear any of that? You just maybe not tell anybody about this? You got it. Sorry. That I hate flow. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome. How could nobody see that that was not... that? Yeah, never mind. Everyone's like, oh my god, I didn't see that coming. Never mind. Maybe it's because, you know, we had the benefit of, you know, other episodes coming out before that. Who knows? People were dumb. Were? I have to say that section's pretty damn good. How are we gonna get those two to play nice, though? Oh, boy. I just gotta get those running pretty parallel to each other, dudes. Like, I don't know how we're gonna do it. We building a pre-warp Romulan warbird? No. It's a bird. It's not a bird of prey. Be quiet. You shut up. Bird of prey. Get out of here. No. No, that doesn't look right at all. Oh, okay. Huh. Oh, that's going way into the cargo. These are infringing a little bit on where the cargo bay needs to be, especially those ones. Turn them 180 and delete 1/2. Yeah. Just get rid of that piece. I was thinking, you know what? Just move this up here. Move that up here like this, and then backfill it. Kind of like what you were saying. But like that. Can we see a test flight? No. No, not yet, man. We're not ready. See, it looks like this piece is the right piece for the job, but it's not. Which is rather annoying, I'll say. Like, I just need to get the front of the wing leading edges lined up, guys. Then I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. You know what? That might be below the cargo bay height. Hold on. The floor height. Oh, yeah. It's close. Alright, you know what? I'll hold off on that for a second. Could you pull the entire bottom section forward? Well, then it won't line up with the nacelle anymore. Okay. Oh. How the heck am I gonna make this? I picked a heck of a day to stop. Yeah, pick a heck of a day to stop moving glue. See, that's annoying because out here those are pretty dang close. They look right, but it's just, I'm having trouble getting it adapted to the top shape. Kind of reminds me of a V-bomber. Yeah, power-wise, yeah, I see it. I've gotten Avro Vulcan the most out of this thing. We've gotten Vulcan, which I'm not, yeah, that's all right. I'll take it. Let me try something. We did that. Yeah, see? Look at the shape. The shape is completely off, right? Okay. Let's see if we can work more with these tessellated strakes. The designers weren't thinking about carbon emissions when they designed this thing. 300 tons and 230 feet long. Carbon? What carbon? What are you talking about? What do you mean? There's no carbon in this thing. The carbon in it is... Yeah, no, there's no carbon in this. It uses hydrogen. Tessellated Strakes is a great band. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I thought this was jet fuel for the ramjets. Nope, hydrogen. No. Man, this is a tough shape up front, dude. Actually, I know the shape that I need. It's just I can't make it. Like, does that make sense? Like, it's hard to make out of the wings. It looks like an XB70 etiquette with a Vulcan. It's made by the same company that made the XB70 power-wise. Think Space Shuttle, XB70, SR-71, and a C5 kind of all rolled into one plane. It is a crazy plane. Take creative liberty. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, trying to do that. How wide would the scoop be? What do you mean? See, that's good, man. This area I'm really happy with. It's just up here. So, you know what I'll do? Maybe we'll just build out the rest of this thing. We'll build out the rest of the wing, and then we'll go from there. It's third week in September, Wolf Pepper. I can say that with a pretty high degree of confidence, dude. Yeah, it's... No, it's not launching... Those are the notice to marine traffics and the FCC stuff. Like, it's not launching anytime soon. That's just getting all the paperwork done. And it gives you a net date, which is a no earlier then, but yeah, it's not... I'm gonna guess third week of September. Because think about it, dude. Starship and Super Heavy, if it was gonna launch next week, it would be on the pad by now. Right? Like, don't you think if they're gonna launch next week that the rocket being on the pad now would probably be a good idea? Kinda need that. Right?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Also, last. What? What's up? Hey, Doom, 713 sub. Have you seen the Stormworks Space DLC trailer? Yeah, it's been linked to me probably, I'd say at this point, Jackal, probably close to 100 times since it came out. Like, it was 30 to 40 over the weekend, and then that wasn't even including streams last week. Yeah, yep, I've heard about it. Yeah. Yeah, people seem to be pretty hype about it, which is cool. That's a good thing. Let's build out the back end of this thing. I would assume you'll be trying it out. Maybe. Who knows? Okay, set the angle that we need here. There we go. Trying to resolve some of the drag. You got it, man. Why did that come out like that? Alright, almost got the back of the wing figured out again. Now this is the part where we need to get this part of the wing needs to be super freaking flat. So honestly, like, yeah, that's gonna have to be like that. But we really don't have a choice. Riveting content for a Monday, isn't it? It's almost therapeutic. You guys, well, I appreciate you liking it. I thought this would bore people to death today. That's why I chose to redo this all on Monday. KSP Engineering and chatting about random stuff is the best content. I'll admit this one's thrown me for a little bit of a curveball, and it is kind of frustrating, but I'm annoyed with that front wing shape. I can't get it right. I just don't, I don't want to go and just make the same thing that I made again inadvertently. So I'm trying to sit here and think about how I went back and made this before and how we're gonna have to do it now. Or how we're gonna have to do it now and see if we can get it right. Nope, that's not right. There we go. Alright, we can get rid of that piece.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Next. Hey Lloyd, 10-month resub. Thanks, buddy. This is the part where it's getting very difficult to make this right. You have to be so precise in your movement. Get rid of this. No, I had it set to absolute. Oh, man, I screwed that up. Come on, get it back into position. That's the one we needed, snap to absolute. Damn. Move that down and out of the way. It looks terrible. That needs to be right there. Which means that needs to be like that. I'm thinking what we should do. I think I got an idea. I like that part of the wing on the previous versions. I'm gonna merge this with an older version. It's gonna take a second because it's merging 1,000 parts into a 1,000 part scene. Bye-bye. Yeah, this part of this actually wasn't too bad. Oh man, that kind of just shows you how close we were with the wing shape on the old design. We were close. We were close. Damn. Alright, get rid of those. That's where that needs to be. Save that. And now just line up that one last piece. It gives us one hell of an overlap right there. Is that really how that was? Jeez. Okay. Alright, let's save before we do something like this. I'm just wondering, if I just move each one of these just a smidge out like that, does that line everything up? Holy shnikes, it does. Ah, okay, good. There we go. Nice. Now the leading edges are lined. Ah, okay. I needed to leave a little bit of a seam, it seems. Damn it. Sorry. -1 pun token. Hey, different. That's a different channel.
Discovery,
Quiet.
throttle up.
Good idea. Good. Hey, man. What's up, dude? How hot can you safely run your Jeep before it explodes? Yes. Don't go above 220. Go above 220, it's gonna melt the engine. With that being said, I don't go above 220, dude. That simple. 220, you're gonna warp the bores on the cylinders and you'll blow another engine. Dude, do you just keep driving this thing? Like, it's broken. You just, no, I'm just gonna drive it, it's fine. Like, I don't know, like that's kind of nuts, you know, just driving the same thing over and over again. Could just need a thermostat. It's possible. Like, I'm actually kind of curious as to how you're getting it to heat up so much. Like, I don't, what are you doing? Above 220, can only drive it at night. It's 116 degrees out. Oh, yeah, okay. There's your problem. All right. I mean, it should be okay in that, dude. But yeah, you might need a new radiator soon. It's not the thermostat, Miff. It's not. Just take coolant with you, S, and make sure that the coolant is topped off. Coolant reservoir. Just make sure it's topped off. That's the best you can do for now, unless you want to buy a new radiator. Could it be the 91 octane he's putting in? What? It's been topped off. It's not losing any. And you sure the thermostat's okay? Why is it overheating? Well, it's a Jeep. Van, when I had the Jeep up here, I found a bunch of... Someone put stop leak in it. There was silver coming out of the coolant. Silver flakes. Someone put stop leak in it, meaning there's a leak somewhere. Either that or it's jammed up with stop leak, which is what my guess is. Which, why we might need to flush it. I need to flush the radiator water pump, because, yeah, stop leak. Stop leak stopped up the water pump. It's my guess. Yeah, water pumps are easy on that engine anyway. So, wouldn't worry about too much. We tried to bleed the brakes on the Caddy and couldn't get all the fluid to the wheels, so we got to run a new line and a new master. It might not be the lines, Van. There's rubber. You know the rubber hoses that go out to the, from like the frame rails, they go out to the spindle where the caliper is, or brake shoe, whatever, or the wheel cylinders. That rubber line, just replace those. See what happens. It's usually the rubber that jams up, dude. But yeah, that's cool, man. That's a cool car. Oh, Wolf Pepper, this Jeep has been butchered to all hell. S, you gotta bring that thing back here. You gotta bring it back here. We gotta fix it. We gotta fix more because we don't need this happening again. So, save up some cash and frickin' we'll get this done. We'll throw the parts cannon at the damn thing if we have to. How's the build coming? Tessa, I rebuilt the bottom wing to be a lot straighter. See what I'm talking about? It's a lot straighter and a lot flatter. Not a lot of wings tilting up or tilting down. I rebuilt the whole bottom section. Yeah. It's okay. It needs a little bit of work. Hey Chris, what's going on, buddy? Does that mean you can claim the I told you so? No. No, you can never claim I told you so because you reach every single time. You say, well, you need a banana. And then I go, well, I actually needed an apple. And you go, well, I told you so. I said you needed a fruit. Yep. Nope. No, you didn't. You said nothing like this, so it's okay. It's okay. We still love you. I saw it, Erudite. Yeah, it was linked. Ah. I'm just trying to work the kinks out of the tessellated shapes, so there's no like bends. It has to be way more fluid than this to get the aerodynamic profile we're after. I'm still not 100% sure what we're going to use for the leading edge, but I'm sure we'll figure something out. You think Mark II tanks would look good? Yeah, they'd look great, but they wouldn't really aero how we want, Tessa. So how am I supposed to drive it back up if you shouldn't drive it? Any quick fixes? Fix the water pump. Like this. Yes, with cars, there's no shortcuts. There's no shortcuts. There's no hacks. There's just temporary fixes and then actually fixing the problem. Okay, dude, get a socket set. Go to the store. Get a water pump. Replace the water pump. You're gonna have to take the whole front of the truck apart, maybe. Got to take the radiator out. Got to take the fans out. Take the grill off. Replace the water pump. RTV the snot out of it so it doesn't leak. And then maybe get a new radiator too. Like there's no hacks around this. There's no like, oh, I fixed it. No, there's only stuff that's gonna get you home and then stuff that actually fixes the problem. There's no, I don't know. It really depends with the radiator. What you can do is you take the radiator out and take a garden hose, stick it in the top, and then just let it drain. Flush the damn thing. A water pump shouldn't be that expensive. It shouldn't be that expensive at all. There's you gotta do the damn water pump. Don't make me come down there. For frickin' real, dude. I don't know why, but right now, if you change it, it reminds you more of Concord. Yeah, that's cool. Heck of a V-stab there. Yeah. This looks way better. It would be a good excuse to come see the orbital flight test. If I could get compensated, dude, I would do it. I gotta compensate for being away from the stream for a week. There's temp fixes and permanent solutions. Yep. Did you watch the F1 race? No. Nah, y'all. Formula 1 doesn't interest me anymore. Really. It's so boring, dude. I'm not, dude, I don't even have any wherewithal or any inkling to even want to turn on the TV on Sunday to watch it. I'm just like, man, alright. Like, even, like, 2 to 3 years ago, I was like, yeah, man, I gotta get up for the Formula 1 race. Oh, this is gonna be great. I don't care. It was a great race due to weather. A broken clock is right twice a day, guys. Is this even going to get the COL anywhere near where we need it to be? It's not. Wow. Jeez. Yeah, maybe you could try to clean it. You could try to flush it. Yeah, I mean, you could try flushing the system. That might work. Yeah, I don't know. Guys, I'm not really in car mode right now. I'm trying to fix this. I need another day. Rebuilding the bottom wing was tough. That was hard to do. Okay. That doesn't look bad. I gotta give it a detailed pass, but yeah. That was hard to do, man. But, oh, you know what crud. You know what? I keep forgetting that this wing shape does that. It does this. Like that. It kind of goes... I've been staring at this too much, even over the weekend. That's not good. That's how you know you got to the point where you've been working on this too much. Let's just give it 1 or 2 more tries to get this looking right, and then we'll go... I don't know. We'll do something else. We'll do something else. This is tiring, man. Freaking can't stand this. Can't stand this. Freaking takes forever to get right. That seam is atrocious. Alright, well. Tiring. We haven't even gotten to the 4th complete remake yet. Just gotta fix that. Just gotta get that damn strake figured out. I don't know how we're gonna do it. It definitely looks better. Yeah, the wings look way nicer. Where's the COL, just out of curiosity? Well, the good news is that our center of mass is in the right spot. I took all the fuel tanks out of the back out, though. So, you know, I got that going for me, which is nice. I just want to see something. Let's... Oh, okay. I copied that wing, not selected it, but hey, you know, that's fine. Just out of curiosity, let me see something. I'm wondering if this... See how the fuselage is like that? Like it's that shape? I'm kind of wondering if, you know, is it like that for the rest of the vehicle? And if it is... okay. Are the ore tanks full? Yeah. Yeah, they are. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I think I got some ideas here for how I'm going to do this. Star Destroyer. Star Raker. Star Raker Destroyer. All right, I'll do a detail pass on the underside of the wing another day. Let's you know what, guys? I've been staring at this for a little too long. Let's take a second and we'll do space news or something, okay? Everybody cool with that? Yeah, my thinking face is way on there. I think I got some ideas for how I'm gonna do this. It's gonna be a little weird. And I might have to shoehorn a couple extra wings in certain spots, but should be able to do it right. MSC after hours. No. Actually, you know what, dudes? I'm just gonna take a break. Just go get some fresh air for a second, and then I'll come back and we'll belt the rest of this out. I don't want to do any after hours today. I gotta get up at 6. I gotta get up at 6 tomorrow. I'm doing the NSF coverage for L107. Yeah, I'm a subject matter expert again. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go grab a quick bite. Space news, or spews, if you will. If you're gonna spew into this. Yeah, I'm just gonna go grab something to eat real quick. Let me put on like a video or something. Actually, you know what? I'll just put us on the title screen real quick. All right, I'll be back in a second.
Some may wonder why, but it's gone, everything you've done. But I mean, serve your queen. Some may wonder why. But it's gone, everything you've done. But it's gone, everything you've done. But it's gone, love is just wrong, yeah. But it's gone, everything you've done. You can't help but grin. How you lose this place to us, I won't let me win. You say you want your good,
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. I'm back. You guys ready to get back to work? I needed that, dude. I needed to just step out for a second. Alright. Let's keep going. Just keep the summer car music going, huh? My summer car. Let's see, how are we gonna do this? Okay, I had an idea, and I don't know if it's gonna work, but it's a similar idea that I used on Collins, the Mark V Collins. I did this to get the shape that we wanted. And I was thinking about it when I was on break. Check this out. We can have wings going off of a focal point like this, right? And then we can make the shape that we want by basically doing this. See? My summer. The only problem is getting the fuselage transition right, because we have to have a seam like right there. That might be a little hard to get that exactly right, but if we did that with the tessellation, right, to get it to go up and over the top, and then we did the tessellation down to there. I thought you said this was going to be difficult. Yes. I'm just not sure how much of the wing is going to end up being included here, but I still think you underestimated this project. Yeah, Erudite, where was that thought when we started? It's kind of funny that you think that now. It's really easy to say that in hindsight when we have a couple of days to finish this. Where was that comment a month ago? Oh wait, you weren't saying that. That's funny. It's easy to say stuff in hindsight, dude. Real easy. Be careful. Don't make that mistake. Yeah, that's the way I made Collins's strakes. I made wings going off and then they clip in. I mean, we could change this up so it doesn't clip as much. Is this diagonally oriented service not producing the unnecessary drag asking for a friend? It is, but it's not going to be as much as what we had before. I mean, before I had surfaces that were like this. And those were the ones that were really, really killing me. I'm starting to think you underestimated this project a week ago, so yes, I did have hindsight, my bad. What type of calendar you use over there? What type of calendar you use over there? It's clearly different than the one I use. What type of calendar you using over there, boy? It's not the one that we use here. Anyway, let's get back to work. Alright, so here's what we need to do. First, I'm just gonna correct my work on up here. Well, then, you know, it's not too bad, dude. It's actually doesn't have that much of... doesn't have that bad a seam compared to what I thought. Alright, so let's get back in. What's up, Tax? How you doing, buddy? Alright, well, let's see where that gets us. Remember my small sales suggestion, Pepperidge Farm remembers. I don't know how you think that's helping me get this done faster, but I assure you, it's not. I assure you, it's not. Maybe you should go home and rethink your life. It's not supposed to be helpful. Are those ramjets? Yep. Turbo ramjets. Oh, the cow controller took. Cool. That's useful. But we don't have the OC windows gone. That's weird. Let me think, dudes. Have you seen that video of a turbofan switching to a ramjet? Ah, yes, that video. No, I haven't. No, I haven't seen it, man. Thanks, Joe. I think I got an idea on how to do this, but...
Koulussa mua kiusattiin. Ei uskoneet lestat elviksiin. Opet puuttuneet ei. Meillä menee Jeesus all the way. Kato, mulla on tää rock'n'roll.
That's some good tunage right there.
Aina rock'n'roll ja kaikki on niin rock'n'roll. Ja rock'n'roll on kaikki. Mä lähdin sivariin. En kelvannut enää harmaisiin. Huusin muodosta hei. Rock'n'roll is here to stay. Sivarista ammattiin. No eihän sitä päässyt kummoisiin. Se mua haitannut ei. Sanon yes box ja Holy Ray. Mulla on tää rock'n'roll.
It's coming, Adam. Having some trouble with the wing edges, but it's okay.
Kaikki on niin rock'n'roll. Ja rock'n'roll on kaikki. Nätin tytön tapasin.
There we go.
Aina
How you doing, Adam? Everything good?
kuitenkin. En saanut mitään tarttuvaa. Mitään sellaista, mitä ei vois parantaa. Kolmasilla treffeillä. 2 viivaa raskaustestissä. Mentiin silti naimisiin. Vaikka appiukko toivottiin. Mulla on tää rock'n'roll soi. Sielussa aina rock'n'roll ja kaikki on niin rock'n'roll.
EJ, why don't you use KSP2? It needs more time in the oven, Tax. 3 on the day, fellas. Hey, Vulcan. All good, man. Busy at work. Few days before I go home. Good stuff. Right on, man. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do this project in KSP2, Tax, the way I want to, so... I hate this music. Limited resources? It's just early access, dude. It's gonna take some time to get it right. That's all.
Isä poltti puisen veturin. Se saunat isän tuhkattiin. Ei ollut aika kyyneliin. Isä sanoi kestää se kuin mies. Ja vaikkei juuret yllää pohjaan.
Just give it some time, Tax. I mean, 8 months out of the gate when KSP1 went into early access, it wasn't this good. You know? Just give it some time. They'll pull it out. and it'll be awesome. I wouldn't worry. We're going to need to tessellate that surface. And we might end up having a bunch of vectors that go off in all different directions again, but that's okay. I should be able to get around it with other aerodynamic innovations everywhere.
Korpijäämät tuliaisinaan. Aika liian matala. Ei tullut ristiaukista. Isä näytti omansa. Äiti ei.
I know it's an investment for the full game, but would you say $50 is too pricey? No.
Joskus on hiljaa viikkoja.
We've talked about this before. There's no standard for what an early access game is supposed to have. It comes down on a game-by-game basis. I think if you consider it a long-term investment, it's fine. But if you're looking for a more completed game, $50, no, absolutely not.
Ja vaikkei juuret yllää pohjaan. Ne kiinni jää tähän maahan routaiseen. Eikä kukaan toinen mua ohjaa. Itse pääni lyön kiven harmaaseen.
I consider KSP2 a long-term investment, but the devs have a history of abandoning projects. What? What are you talking about? Are you just making stuff up, Nova? What are you do? What does that even mean? What do you? Yeah, Vulcan, there you go. Can you give us an example, please? Intercept is a brand new studio. They've literally never worked on any games before. So what? Please, let us know. Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot. You don't throw something out like that. Can you give me an example? I'll wait. You linked the YouTube video.
This
Uncovering the track record of Intercept Games management over the Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Adam, 62-month resub. Thanks, man. How can... Hey, Exodia, 59-month resub. I don't understand how this guy can draw a conclusion from one gaming studio to the next just because it has the same personnel. That's quite literally one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, Nova, does anybody here, like, does this guy know, like, who made that YouTube video, does he know how the video game industry works, or is he just, you know, oh, well, these people worked at this studio, they abandoned this game, so KSP2, ipso facto, KSP2 is going to get abandoned. Oh. Yeah, even saying that out loud as a joke hurt my head. That's... Dude. That one made my head hurt, man. Okay. You don't need to get timed out, dude. It's just... Dude. Oh. Okay. Before I absolutely blow a gasket here, look. This video is about studio management and business practices. I hope Take-Two will intercept stalled development from Intercept Games. I stand by this pun. This guy knows that Take-Two isn't the publisher of Kerbal Space Program, right? They're the parent company. Private Division is the publisher. The parent company is not the publisher. And frankly, if you don't know the difference, you shouldn't be making a video about state of the game industry. That's ridiculous. Like, this is what I mean. I listened to probably about, I don't know, you guys just saw, I don't know, probably about 45 seconds, and there was enough bull snot in there to tell me that this person has no idea how the video game industry works. I'm not trying to be mean. Just like that guy's not trying to be mean. But if you don't know the difference between a publisher and a parent company, a holding company, you shouldn't be making YouTube videos about said subject matter. Like, that's kind of sad, actually. Dude. I don't even know what to say. That's probably the stupidest thing I've heard this week thus far. And it's only Monday. Oh. Wow, dude, that rustled my jimmies a little bit. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even part of the development of this game. That pissed me off. Wow. Oh, God, my head hurts. That one physically hurt me. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This is your fault. Nova, it is, honestly. don't go. You shouldn't go saying stuff like that. You shouldn't go talking about stuff like that you know nothing about. I make that my whole spiel. You even listen to me when I say this stuff? This is what I'm talking about. That's ridiculous. I can't believe that. Tear off, move on. Indeed. Indeed. Wow. Wow. Anyway, Fangloriously, what's going on? 65-month reset. Have you looked at the game called Flyout? I haven't looked at it, Fangloriously, but I've been linked it a bunch of times, dude. It hasn't been released publicly yet. Yeah, but your Star Raker project reminded me of some of the stuff I've seen people doing it. Yeah. It looks good, man. It looks to be a good builder. F100 update. I'm waiting on a transmission pan gasket because mine's shot. I just can't look at the KSP subreddit anymore. You know what, dudes? Like, in Nova, whatever. It is what it is. I know the developers at KSP2. I know the guys and gals at Intercept. I know they do a good job. This is giving me some pretty damn alarming perspective. The alarming perspective that I'm getting from this is that people are just making stuff up about KSP2. They're just making stuff up. Like, people are just making stuff up. And you know what? You know what kind of scary about that thought? If they're making stuff up about KSP2 to get some, clicks or whatever, like how many things out there do you see in the gaming industry? How many articles about video games, etc., etc.? How many of those you think are full of crap too? Like, that's just something I can't help but think about in the back of my mind. Like, it's kind of alarming, dude. It's not just video games. I'm not speaking to other things. I'm speaking to stuff that I know. I know video games and I know about spaceflight. It's kind of ridiculous. In another perspective, consider the damage this does to the developers working on a project. Pisses me off. It pisses me off. It undermines all that freaking work. It really is annoying. Just so this bonehead can make a couple of views off of a video. How many views does that stupid video have? 23,000 views. So that guy made a nice chunk of change off being an asshole. Great. I'll take my time out. Yeah, Flux, it sucks, dude. Man, that one pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm actually kind of mad now. Oh boy. Oh, that one rustled my jimmies a little bit, man. Damn. I actually got a little pissed off there. Anyway. The KSP2 forums have been talked to the point of if I was a dead on the project, you would move on. Yeah. Like it or not, when KSP1 came out, the world was different. Now it feels like anyone has to open their mouth and launch accusation. Yeah. We were all probably more naive 10 years ago. Dude, it's stressful, man. Stressful. It kind of, it's annoying. Anyway, what's that, T-Man? That didn't lead me to anything, dude. Back in the command center. Yeah, no, but don't worry about it. Don't. It's all good, man. Just gotta think about stuff, dude. You gotta do some thinking, do some stuff, put some stuff together. Like, dude, there's so much that can make a gaming company go under, and it's not just like, you made a bad game. There have been times where good gaming studios go under. Maxis went under. Anybody know? Anybody know who Maxis is? Maxis is in a gaming environment where studios like Maxis could go under. I mean, keep in mind this was 10 years ago, but in a gaming environment where that kind of stuff could happen with like SimCity 5, where somebody could just pull the plug on the project, where your project is susceptible to market conditions. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that one could even make the conclusion that because some people worked at another gaming studio, that entire business culture at said studio is going to get transferred into an entirely new game studio. It's kind of ridiculous, man. That's like... Oh... I don't know, Nova. EA butchered the last hit. Yeah, is that anything wrong? Is there anything wrong with the Maxis development team? No. They got screwed. So to even insinuate that the people that are making the game could be responsible for this kind of stuff really pisses me off. Like, that really pushes one of my buttons. As somebody that's worked in the gaming industry, you know, and somebody that went to school for it, and someone that plays video games for a living, like that pisses me off, dude. My jimmies are actually rustled for a change. Like, that usually doesn't happen. You know, like, man, I want to hit that guy in the face. Figuratively. You shouldn't hit other people. It's sad. Anyway, what's this? Christian Davenport. From what I'm hearing, what happened? Shouldn't you have a Jeep you should be fixing? Come on, go on. Yeah, Savvy, it's really annoying. Yeah, annoying is the right thing. Anyway. KSP2 has really taught me that game development is no joke. Making a game is hard. Making a game about space with realistic physics is even harder. You learned all that in the last 30 minutes? Because you said the complete opposite of that 30 minutes ago, dude. Don't just tell me what I want to hear, alright? Look, if you're annoyed that the game isn't KSP1, just say you're annoyed that the game isn't like KSP1 right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, choose your... Remember, you know how I always say be careful with your words? Make your words count? This is what I mean. Like, don't worry about it. It's... Just... Think about it next time, okay? Anyway, what's Christian Davenport saying? From what I'm hearing, the next SpaceX Starship launch attempt is still weeks away pending FAA approval. Modifications such as the water deluge system need to be approved. As always, this process is fluid. This process is fluid and can speed up or slow down depending on the number of factors, but as of now, 9-8 doesn't appear likely. The first response from him, though. Here's a thought. What if Elon just decides to pull the trigger and launch without a license? The man does seem to be in a hurry, and he has a funny relationship with rule. He said that in open public record. That might be enough internet for today, fellas. That might be enough internet for today. That might be enough. That might. enough internet for the day, man. I'm kind of... Wow. Yeah, Elvis, you noticed that. Yeah, you noticed that. Oh, God. My head hurts. Oh, my God. Okay. This good news is that it's all simulation, so it doesn't matter anyway. Yeah. Yes, you say that as a kappa, but also... I mean, he's not wrong, though. Elon doesn't care about permits. Give me an example, please. Come on. Can you give me an example of this? The X sign on Twitter HQ. So we're just conflating localized city ordinances against federalized aviation laws. Okay. Yep. Boop. I don't know, Alexa. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. What time is it? 7:24. All right. All right, we'll work more on this tomorrow. Let's do something else. Dude, look, fellas, that guy that we just talked about in that tweet, not Elon, the guy that posted that tweet. Some of the stuff I've heard him say over the years is kind of absurd. I'll give you an example. The guy tried to say one time that the guy wrote it. That guy wrote an article in his publication about how the NASA administrator at the time, Jim Bridenstine, refused to be transparent about the SLS green run because he wasn't going to hold a press conference after, so he could ask probably some gotcha question or whatever. And then he had this whole thing about how he's not going to hold a press conference. He's stupid, blah, 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 blah. And then during the live stream, they held a press conference after the green run for SLS. And he started answering questions. And then that guy proceeded to go on a tirade on Twitter about how that wasn't actually a real press conference. No, that's not a real press conference, in my opinion. That's not an official press conference, so it doesn't count. He's withholding information. I'm serious. This was in late 2020, right around the time of the SLS green. It was the SLS green run. Yep. Take what that guy says with a grain of salt. In my mind, I have a little asterisk next to whatever that guy says. Dude. I mean, that's what I do, guys. When I go around and I look at publications throughout the spaceflight industry, I just log it in the back of my head. Especially when somebody says something a little crazy, like a little bit out there. I log it in the back of my head, just save it to later. You know why? See if what they says comes true. And don't even sit here for a second and say I don't have a good memory. I have a damn good memory. I remember everything that everybody says. Especially when it comes to spaceflight journalism. Let's just say that, I've learned to take what certain people say, certain spaceflight journalists say, with a grain of salt. Yeah. Do you remember my first ever chat message? No. No, I don't, Roblox. Anyway, sorry. Sorry to get all bent out of shape on stream. Man, dude, that... Example, please. Oh yeah, then say everything ever said ever. Oh, okay. I'll condense it. I'll condense it down into 1 second. There you go. How dare you use my maiden name? Roblox coasters with an X at the end. All right. That was more than a second. Oh, sorry. It's picking up the late antiquity part. You know, it took me a little bit of time. Sorry. I could have condensed it into a better example. So, fellas, I gotta get up at 6:30. Anyway, I was thinking maybe we won't do after hours tonight. Starfield on Friday. Yeah, so we got to get Star Raker done, man. It has to be done. So, but I have to get up tomorrow. I'm doing the L107 cast for NASA spaceflight. So, yeah, your boy's a subject matter expert. So if you want to wake up tomorrow morning, I'll be there. Well, I'm happy I was here all day. Got to make sure you could rake the field. That's right. Sorry to get bent out of shape at the end there, dude. There's just, yeah, sometimes, man. Sometimes you hit a bandwidth and you're just like, okay, that's enough internet for the day. That's enough internet for the day. Anyway, so here's what we'll do. It's only a 7-hour stream. Gross. I want to play another game, but I know if we play another game right now, I'm going to get sucked into it because that's my job. And then it's going to be too late. So, what time is the stream tomorrow? Pop it. It should be, the NSF stream should go up at like 1 p.m. for you, I think. Perhaps some relaxing Tarkov. No. No. I'm going to stop for now. What's that in Central Time? You know where I am. Steel trap, dude. Sorry. If you want, you could play Icarus. Tessa, I gotta do some homework for the L107 mission. So, yeah. I'd prefer to be on my tip-top game when I'm on NSF tomorrow, so... Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to stop for now, and I will see you guys tomorrow morning, and then we'll pick up Star Raker in the afternoon. I think I got a good idea for how to do those wing strakes, and we'll dial that in. We completely redid the underside wing section today, which is great. Yeah, we just got to bridge it all together, fuel tanks in, strut the whole thing back together, and send it. 6 a.m. your time. It's 7 my time. The NSF cast will go live at 7 Eastern. So, I'm going to stop for the night, dudes. Yeah, a little bit of a shorter stream today, but yeah, the L107 mission is tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be a big day. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. But we'll, I'll try to, oh boy, just be tired, I guess. Yeah, we'll do a nice long stream tomorrow. Let's go see what Shenrir's up to. He's playing some F1 Manager. Let's go give him a raid, and I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Yeah, the end of the stream there really just, yeah, really rustled my jimmies. It has to get off the ground tomorrow or else it's not going. Yep, alright. Give Shen a good raid. He's playing some F1 Manager. And go see what he's up to. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I'll see you early for the NSF cast. The NSF cast will be streamed here and on YouTube. We can simulcast it. And I will see you guys all at noontime if you're not going to be up for that. Alright. Thanks for watching. Sorry for the shorter stream today, but hey, whatever. We'll make up for it. Starfield. I think we might be able to play Starfield on Thursday night, so that's gonna be fun. Anyway, I'll see you guys all tomorrow. W stream. All right, I'll take that. Holistic, that's fine. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, go raid Shen. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. I got some homework to do. Good night.